The moment you have to beg someone to choose you, they have already shown you that they never truly did. You should never have to chase love, force attention, demand respect, or keep proving your worth to someone who benefits from your presence but remains uncertain about your place in their life. You gave more chances, more understanding, more loyalty, and more of yourself than they ever deserved. You kept hoping that one final conversation, one final sacrifice, or one final act of love would make them see your value, but instead of choosing you, they watched you slowly abandon yourself. This audiobook is not about becoming cold. It is about becoming strong enough to stop begging for what should be given freely. It is about reclaiming your dignity, protecting your peace, and walking away from people who only recognize your value when they feel you slipping away. You were never too difficult to love. You were simply asking the wrong people to love you properly. This is where the chasing ends. This is where you finally choose yourself. This is the last time you beg. Chapter 1. Stop chasing people who already made their choice. The hardest truth you will ever face is not that someone left you. The hardest truth is realizing they stayed just long enough to keep your hope alive while never truly choosing you. There is a painful difference between someone who loves you and someone who simply enjoys being loved by you. One builds a future with you. The other keeps you close only until something more convenient appears. Yet when your heart is deeply attached, that difference becomes almost impossible to see. Most people never realize they are begging. They think they are being patient. They think they are fighting for love. They think they are proving loyalty. But there comes a point where patience quietly turns into self-abandonment. Every unanswered message you excuse, every broken promise you forgive, every moment of disrespect you ignore, every excuse you accept, becomes another silent request that says, "Please choose me." And the tragedy is that the louder your actions beg, the quieter your self-respect becomes. The people who truly value you never need to be convinced of your importance. They do not need endless reminders of your kindness. They do not suddenly remember your worth only after you begin walking away. When someone genuinely loves you, choosing you is never a difficult decision. It becomes natural. They protect your heart because they understand its value. They make time because your presence matters. They communicate because losing your trust would hurt them more than having an uncomfortable conversation. But people who are uncertain about you will always leave you uncertain about yourself. That uncertainty becomes addictive. One day they make you feel like the most important person in the world. The next day they disappear without explanation. They give you just enough attention to keep you emotionally invested, but never enough consistency to make you feel secure. You begin living for the next message, the next phone call, the next apology, the next moment of affection. Without realizing it, your happiness becomes controlled by someone who has never learned how to value consistency. Soon your entire life starts revolving around their choices instead of your own. You wake up wondering if they have texted. You replay old conversations searching for hidden meanings. You read their silence as if it were a language you are supposed to understand. You blame yourself for problems you did not create. You ask what you could have done differently, what you should have said, how you should have acted, and why you were never enough. But the real question is not why they refused to choose you. The real question is why you continued choosing someone who repeatedly showed you that your peace meant less to them than their convenience. This is how self-worth slowly disappears. Not all at once, but one compromise at a time. You stop expressing your feelings because you are afraid they will leave. You stop expecting respect because disappointment has become familiar. You stop asking for honesty because you fear hearing the truth. Eventually, you become grateful for the smallest pieces of affection because your heart has forgotten what healthy love actually feels like. When a starving person is given crumbs, those crumbs feel like a feast. That is exactly what emotional neglect does. It lowers your standards until the bare minimum feels extraordinary. A simple "how are you" suddenly feels romantic. A delayed apology feels like personal growth. One good day makes you forget 10 painful ones. You begin celebrating moments that should have been normal from the very beginning. Never confuse relief with love. Sometimes you are not happy because they treated you well. You are simply relieved that they stopped hurting you for a moment. There is a huge difference between the two. The greatest mistake people make is believing that love grows through sacrifice alone. They believe if they become more patient, more understanding, more forgiving, more available, more supportive, eventually the other person will wake up and realize what they have. Sometimes they never do, not because you lacked value, but because appreciation cannot be forced into an unwilling heart. Flowers cannot bloom in soil that refuses to nourish them. No matter how beautiful the seed is, it cannot grow where life is constantly denied. Your heart works the same way. It was never designed to survive in a place where love has to be earned every single day. You deserve relationships where your presence brings peace instead of anxiety. You deserve conversations that leave you feeling understood instead of confused. You deserve people who celebrate your existence instead of merely tolerating it. Most importantly, you deserve a life where your happiness is no longer held hostage by someone else's inability to recognize your worth. One day you will look back and realize that the person you were desperately trying to keep was never the person who was truly meant to stay. They taught you one of life's greatest lessons. Anyone can say they care, but only consistent actions reveal who really does. Never measure love by beautiful words. Measure it by repeated actions. Measure it by respect. Measure it by effort. Measure it by peace. The day you stop chasing people who never chose you is the day you finally make the most important choice of your life. You choose yourself. And once you truly make that choice, something remarkable happens. The fear that once controlled you begins to disappear. The silence that once terrified you becomes peaceful. The loneliness you feared becomes freedom. You stop asking, "Why don't they love me?" and begin asking, "Why did I spend so long trying to earn love that should have been given freely?" That question changes everything, because the moment you stop begging for someone else's attention is the exact moment your dignity begins to return. And when your dignity returns, so does your life. Chapter 2. The person you keep chasing exists only in your hope. One of the most painful truths you will ever discover is this: the person you keep fighting for often exists more in your imagination than in reality. You are not only attached to who they are, you are attached to who you believe they could become. You keep loving their potential while silently suffering from their patterns. You remember the beautiful beginning, the promises they made, the future they painted with their words, and the moments when they made you feel like the most important person in the world. Those memories become the reason you ignore everything that comes after. You tell yourself they are just confused. You tell yourself they are going through a difficult time. You tell yourself they are afraid of commitment. You tell yourself they will change once life becomes easier. You tell yourself that if you love them just a little more, wait just a little longer, and forgive just one more mistake, everything will finally become the relationship you always dreamed about. But dreams have a dangerous habit. They make you overlook reality. Your heart becomes loyal to a future that has never existed. Every disappointment is excused because you are waiting for tomorrow. Every broken promise is forgiven because you believe next time will be different. Every tear is justified because you are convinced that all this pain will eventually lead to happiness. Yet tomorrow keeps moving further away, and while you are chasing the future, your present quietly falls apart. The greatest illusion in one-sided love is believing that time automatically changes people. It doesn't. Time reveals people. A person who truly wants to grow will show small signs of growth every single day. Their actions slowly become more honest. Their effort becomes more consistent. Their respect becomes stronger. Their words and actions begin to match. But someone who only enjoys keeping you close will continue giving you just enough hope to prevent you from leaving. Hope becomes their greatest weapon. They do not need to promise forever anymore. They only need to promise soon, Soon we'll fix this. Soon things will be different. Soon I'll be ready. Soon I'll make time. Soon I'll change. Soon never arrives. Months become years. Years become memories. And your life becomes a collection of almost loved, almost appreciated, almost respected, almost chosen. The saddest part is that you slowly begin abandoning yourself while waiting for someone else to become the person you imagined. You stop pursuing your own dreams because they might need you. You ignore your own pain because theirs always seems more important. You sacrifice your peace because you believe real love requires endless sacrifice. You become emotionally available 24 hours a day, while they remain emotionally unavailable whenever it is inconvenient. Without realizing it, your identity begins revolving around someone else's potential instead of your own purpose. That is one of the most expensive mistakes a person can make. Never build your future around someone's potential. Build it around their patterns. Patterns tell the truth that words often hide. Anyone can promise forever during an emotional conversation. Anyone can cry after hurting you. Anyone can apologize when they fear losing access to you. Anyone can become affectionate for a few days after seeing you pull away. But consistency cannot be faked forever. Eventually, every person's habits reveal their priorities. If someone repeatedly chooses everything before choosing you, believe their priorities. If someone repeatedly makes promises without change, believe their pattern. If someone repeatedly leaves you confused, believe the confusion, because confusion is rarely an accident. Real love does not leave you constantly questioning your place. Real love does not require detective work. It does not require endless guessing games. It does not require you to decode silence, analyze messages, or search for hidden meanings behind every conversation. Healthy love speaks clearly. Healthy love behaves consistently. Healthy love protects instead of confuses. Many people remain trapped because they confuse chemistry with compatibility. Chemistry creates excitement. Compatibility creates peace. Chemistry makes your heart race. Compatibility allows your heart to rest. Chemistry can happen in a single conversation. Compatibility is proven over countless ordinary days. Do not mistake emotional intensity for emotional safety. Some of the most unforgettable relationships are unforgettable because they wounded you deeply, not because they were healthy. Pain creates powerful memories. That does not make the relationship valuable. Sometimes your strongest attachment is connected to your deepest wound. You become addicted to fixing what keeps breaking you. You start believing that if you can finally make this one relationship work, it will somehow heal every rejection you have ever experienced. But another person's acceptance can never permanently heal the parts of you that have learned to reject yourself. Healing begins the day you stop asking, "How do I make them become the person I need?" and start asking, "Why am I refusing to see the person they have repeatedly shown me?" That question changes everything, because the answer is usually painful. You are not waiting for them. You are waiting for a fantasy. You are waiting for a version of them that appears only during apologies, emotional moments, birthdays, lonely nights, or after they realize you are finally walking away. But love cannot survive on temporary versions of someone. You deserve the version that wakes up every morning and chooses you without needing to be reminded. You deserve the version that protects your heart even when life becomes difficult. You deserve the version that keeps their promises when nobody is watching. You deserve someone whose actions never force you to wonder whether you matter. There is a quiet freedom that enters your life when you finally stop chasing potential. Suddenly, you begin seeing people exactly as they are, not as they could become, not as they were in the beginning, not as they are during their best moments, but as they consistently choose to be. That kind of clarity is uncomfortable at first because it destroys beautiful illusions, but it also saves years of unnecessary suffering. The truth may break your heart for a season. An illusion can break your heart for a lifetime. One day you will realize that letting go was never about giving up on love. It was about giving up on the fantasy that someone would eventually become the person they repeatedly chose not to be. That realization does not make you bitter, it makes you wise, and wisdom has the power to protect your heart in ways that hope never could. From this day forward, stop falling in love with promises. Stop building your future on possibilities. Stop waiting for one day. Watch their actions, study their consistency, trust their patterns, because people rarely become who they keep promising they will be. They become who they repeatedly choose to be. And once you finally accept that truth, you will never again spend years chasing someone who only existed inside your hope. Chapter 3. Stop proving your worth to people committed to misunderstanding you. There is a special kind of exhaustion that comes from constantly explaining yourself to someone who has already decided not to understand you. You choose your words carefully. You soften your tone. You remove anything that might sound angry. You explain what happened, how it affected you, and what you need moving forward. You make your pain smaller so they will not call you dramatic. You make your expectations lower so they will not call you demanding. You hide your disappointment so they will not accuse you of creating problems. Still, the conversation somehow ends with you apologizing for being hurt. You begin believing that perhaps you explained it badly, so you try again. You write longer messages. You offer examples. You explain their side before describing your own. You reassure them that you are not attacking them. You tell them you understand their stress, their fear, their past, their confusion, and their emotional limitations. You do everything possible to make your pain easy for them to hear, yet they still avoid it. They change the subject. They become defensive. They disappear. They blame your reaction instead of examining their behavior. They accuse you of overthinking, being too sensitive, asking for too much, or ruining the moment. Soon, you are no longer discussing what they did. You are defending your right to feel hurt by it. This is how emotional manipulation quietly works. The focus moves from their behavior to your response. The original wound disappears from the conversation, and your emotions become the new problem. Instead of asking why they repeatedly hurt you, you begin asking why you cannot remain calm while being hurt. You start policing yourself. You wonder whether you should have spoken more gently. You wonder whether you should have waited longer. You wonder whether you should have ignored it completely. You wonder whether your needs are unreasonable. You wonder whether love means accepting more pain than you can carry. But sometimes the problem is not your communication. Sometimes the problem is that understanding you would require them to take responsibility. And responsibility is exactly what they are trying to avoid. If they admitted that your pain was valid, they might need to change. If they acknowledged your value, they might need to offer more. If they accepted that their behavior was harmful, they could no longer repeat it without confronting who they had become. Pretending not to understand you protects them from accountability. This is why some people keep asking for explanations they never intend to respect. They want you to keep talking, because every new explanation delays the moment when you finally act. As long as you are explaining, you are still hoping. As long as you are hoping, you are still available. As long as you are available, they do not need to change. Your words become another way to keep you inside the cycle. You explain, they apologize, nothing changes. You explain again, they promise, nothing changes. You cry, they become affectionate for a few days, nothing changes. Eventually, you are not having new conversations. You are repeating the same conversation with different dates. At some point, you must stop asking whether they understand and start noticing what they consistently choose to do after you have explained. Understanding is not measured by how beautifully someone responds in the moment. It is measured by what changes afterward. A person may say, "I understand," while continuing the same behavior. They may say, "I never meant to hurt you," while refusing to stop doing what hurts you. They may say, "You matter to me," while repeatedly treating your feelings as inconvenient. Words without change are not understanding. They are temporary comfort, and temporary comfort is often enough to keep a hopeful person from leaving. You must learn to recognize the difference between someone who makes mistakes and someone who uses mistakes as a permanent lifestyle. A loving person can hurt you, They can misunderstand you. They can become defensive. They can say the wrong thing during a difficult conversation. But when they truly care, reflection follows. Their behavior begins to shift. They become more careful with the places where you are vulnerable. They may not change perfectly, but you can see effort. The person committed to misunderstanding you behaves differently. They use your honesty against you. They remember your insecurities, but forget your boundaries. They become angry whenever your pain threatens their comfort. They make you feel guilty for needing what they freely expect from you. They want understanding, but refuse accountability. They want patience, but refuse growth. They want forgiveness, but refuse change. They want access to your heart without responsibility for what they do inside it. This is where you must stop proving your worth. Your value is not a courtroom case. You should not need to gather evidence, prepare arguments, and speak perfectly before someone decides to treat you with basic respect. The right person may not always understand you immediately, but they will care enough to try. They will not enjoy watching you struggle to explain why you matter. They will not require you to collapse emotionally before taking your pain seriously. They will not wait until you are walking away to suddenly become attentive. People often reveal how much they value you by how little convincing they need to protect your heart. When someone truly respects you, your discomfort matters before it becomes a crisis. They listen before the relationship reaches the edge. They do not need to experience your absence before recognizing your presence. But when someone has become comfortable undervaluing you, they will often call your boundaries cruel. The moment you stop accepting what once hurt you, they may accuse you of changing. The moment you stop explaining, they may say you have become cold. The moment you stop being endlessly available, they may claim that you never cared. Do not allow their reaction to your boundary to make you question the boundary itself. People who benefited from your lack of limits will rarely celebrate your growth. They may miss the version of you who always forgave quickly, answered immediately, stayed silent, accepted confusion, and kept the relationship alive without requiring effort from them. They may not miss you. They may miss access to you. There is a painful difference. Some people do not value your heart. They value what your heart provides: your attention, your loyalty, your forgiveness, your emotional support, your availability, your willingness to stay after disappointment. They become deeply attached to your usefulness while remaining careless with your humanity. This is why their words can sound loving while their behavior remains selfish. They do not want to lose what you give, but they are unwilling to become the kind of person who deserves it. They may return every time you pull away, not because they have changed, but because your distance threatens the comfort they received from your presence. You must stop mistaking their fear of losing access for proof that they are ready to love you properly. A person can panic when you leave and still mistreat you when you return. A person can miss you and still be incapable of honoring you. A person can love the way you make them feel, while caring very little about how they make you feel. This is why action matters more than emotion. Someone crying when you leave does not erase the way they behaved when you stayed. Someone begging for another chance does not mean they have developed the character required to use that chance differently. Someone saying they cannot live without you does not automatically mean they know how to live well with you. Listen carefully to patterns. Patterns do not become confused when emotions become intense. Patterns tell the truth. If someone repeatedly dismisses your feelings, that is a pattern. If they communicate only when they fear losing you, that is a pattern. If they promise change after every conflict and return to the same behavior, that is a pattern. If you constantly feel anxious, uncertain, and emotionally exhausted around them, that is also a pattern. You do not need one dramatic betrayal before taking repeated small wounds seriously. Sometimes relationships do not break because of one terrible moment. They break because of 1,000 moments when one person felt unseen, unheard, and unimportant. Small disrespect repeated over time becomes a large wound. You may be waiting for a clear reason to leave, something undeniable enough that nobody can question your decision. But your peace disappearing is a reason. Your self-esteem collapsing is a reason. Constant anxiety is a reason. Feeling lonely inside the relationship is a reason. You do not need to prove that someone is a terrible person before admitting that the relationship is terrible for you. This is important because many people remain trapped while trying to build a case strong enough to justify leaving. They say, they are not always bad. They had a difficult childhood. They are under pressure. They care in their own way. They never physically left. They sometimes make me happy. All of this may be true, but someone does not need to be completely bad to be completely wrong for your life. A relationship can contain beautiful moments and still be unhealthy. A person can have a good heart and still lack the maturity to protect yours. You can understand someone's wounds without becoming the place where those wounds are repeatedly released. Compassion does not require self-destruction. You are allowed to say, I understand why you became this way, but I cannot continue being hurt by it. You are allowed to stop translating your pain into language they might finally respect. You are allowed to stop convincing them that your needs matter. You are allowed to leave the conversation when it becomes clear that they are listening only to reply, not to understand. There is freedom in no longer needing everyone to agree with your experience. For a long time, you may have believed that closure required them to admit what they did. You wanted them to say that you were right, that they hurt you, that you deserved better, and that they finally understood what they lost. But waiting for another person to validate your pain gives them authority over your healing. What happens if they never admit it? What happens if they continue rewriting the story? What happens if they tell others that you were the problem? Will you remain trapped until they become honest? You cannot build your freedom on someone else's willingness to tell the truth. Sometimes closure is your own decision to stop participating. Closure can sound like this: I know what I experienced. I know how often I tried. I know what this relationship cost me. I do not need them to agree before I protect myself. That is enough. You do not need a final confession from someone who benefited from your confusion. You do not need them to admit they took you for granted before you stop allowing it. You do not need them to understand your silence before silence becomes necessary. Silence is not always punishment. Sometimes silence is the end of self-betrayal. It is the moment you realize that repeating yourself will not create respect. It is the moment you stop giving your energy to conversations designed to keep you emotionally trapped. It is the moment you understand that your boundary does not need a speech. You can simply live according to it. You can stop answering. You can stop returning. You can stop explaining why the same behavior still hurts. You can stop negotiating for the kind of treatment that should have been natural. Not everyone deserves unlimited access to your thoughts, feelings, and vulnerability. Emotional access should be earned through care, consistency, and respect. You may be a deeply understanding person. You may naturally search for reasons behind someone's behavior. You may see the wounded child inside the difficult adult. You may feel compassion even for people who have caused you pain. This is a gift, but every gift needs wisdom. Without wisdom, empathy becomes a doorway through which people repeatedly enter and damage your peace. You understand them so deeply that you stop protecting yourself. You forgive their behavior before they have taken responsibility. You become more loyal to their potential than to your own well-being. You keep saying, they are hurting too, but you are hurting as well. Why does their pain excuse what they do, while your pain is treated as something you must silently carry? Your compassion should include you. Your understanding should include you. Your forgiveness should not require the abandonment of you. There will come a moment when you must decide whether you want to be understood by them or protected by yourself. Sometimes you cannot have both. Some people understand only the version of you that keeps them comfortable. They do not want to know the real you, the person with standards, limits, needs, dreams, and a voice. They want the version who gives without asking, forgives without change, and stays without security. When you finally become honest, they may claim that you have changed. They are right. You have changed. You no longer confuse silence with peace. You no longer confuse patience with permission. You no longer confuse forgiveness with continued access. You no longer believe that being loving means allowing someone to repeatedly harm you. You no longer need to remain small so another person can feel powerful. Let them be surprised by your growth. Let them misunderstand the boundary they forced you to build. Let them tell themselves whatever story protects them from accountability. You do not have to enter every room where your name is being discussed and defend yourself. You do not have to correct every false version of the story. You do not need to prove that you loved genuinely. Your life after them will speak louder than your explanations. Your peace will speak. Your restored confidence will speak. Your refusal to return to the same cycle will speak. The way you begin respecting yourself will speak. Sometimes the most powerful explanation is the life you create after you stop explaining. You may fear that leaving without one final conversation makes you cruel. But ask yourself how many final conversations you have already had. How many times did you tell them what hurt? How many times did they promise to change? How many times did you forgive the same pattern? How many times did your heart become the place where their apology landed, while their behavior remained unchanged? There comes a point where another conversation is not communication, it is postponement. You are postponing the grief, postponing the truth, postponing the decision you already know you need to make. You keep hoping the next conversation will produce a different result, because accepting the real result feels too painful. But the answer may already be in the repetition. Their repeated refusal to change is an answer. Their repeated dismissal of your needs is an answer. Their repeated uncertainty about you is an answer. Stop asking questions that their behavior has already answered. This does not mean becoming heartless. It means becoming honest. Honesty says, I cannot keep teaching someone how to value me. Honesty says, I cannot keep shrinking my needs to make this relationship survive. Honesty says, I cannot keep losing my peace while pretending patience will eventually save us. Honesty says, love is present, but love is not enough. That final truth can be difficult to accept. Love is not always enough. Love without respect becomes pain. Love without consistency becomes anxiety. Love without honesty becomes confusion. Love without responsibility becomes a cycle. Love without self-respect becomes self-abandonment. You may love someone deeply and still need to leave. You may understand them completely and still decide that their presence is unhealthy. You may forgive everything and still refuse to experience it again. Leaving does not prove that your love was false. Sometimes leaving proves that your love for yourself has finally become real. The day you stop proving your worth is the day you begin living from it. You no longer walk into relationships asking, how can I convince them to value me? You begin asking, do their actions show that they already do? You stop performing for affection. You stop becoming smaller to appear easier to love. You stop accepting confusion because clarity might lead to loss. You stop fearing the departure of people whose presence was already costing you everything. You begin understanding that being rejected by the wrong person is not tragedy. Being accepted by the wrong person for years while losing yourself may be the greater tragedy. So stop begging to be understood by those committed to misunderstanding you. Stop proving your loyalty to those who keep testing it. Stop defending your heart to those who treat your pain like an inconvenience. Stop presenting evidence of your worth to people who benefit from denying it. You are not difficult to love because you need honesty. You are not demanding because you need consistency. You are not dramatic because neglect hurts you. You are not selfish because you finally need peace. The wrong people will make your most basic needs feel excessive. The right people will make you wonder why you spent so long asking for so little. Remember this. Your worth does not rise when someone recognizes it. Your worth does not disappear when someone ignores it. You were valuable before they met you. You remained valuable while they misunderstood you, and you will still be valuable when you finally walk away. You do not need to win the argument. You do not need to make them regret everything. You do not need one final apology. You need to stop losing yourself inside conversations that never lead to change. You have explained enough. You have defended enough. You have waited enough. Now let your decisions speak. Let your boundaries speak. Let your absence speak. And most importantly, let the new way you choose yourself speak louder than every moment you once begged another person to see your worth. Chapter 4. Stop mistaking their return for real change. One of the most dangerous moments in your healing is not when someone leaves, it is when they return. They come back with softer words, longer messages, deeper apologies, and promises that sound almost identical to the promises you once prayed to hear. They say they finally understand. They say losing you opened their eyes. They say they have changed, they are ready, and this time everything will be different. For a heart that has been waiting, those words can feel like rescue. You begin believing that the pain had a purpose. You tell yourself that perhaps the distance taught them your value. You imagine that the person you loved has finally become the person you always hoped they would be. The door you struggled so hard to close begins opening again. But a return is not always proof of transformation. Sometimes people return because they miss your presence, not because they have developed the capacity to protect it. They miss your attention, your patience, your emotional support, your forgiveness, your loyalty, and the comfort of knowing that someone cared deeply for them. They may genuinely feel your absence, yet still remain completely unprepared to love you differently. Missing you is an emotion. Changing for you is a discipline. The two are not the same. A person can miss you intensely and still repeat every behavior that made you leave. They can cry, apologize, and promise change while still lacking the character, self-awareness, and consistency required to build a healthy relationship. This is why you must learn to separate emotional intensity from evidence. Their return may be emotional. Their apology may be emotional. Their regret may be emotional, but change is visible. Change has structure. Change survives beyond the first few conversations. Change does not disappear once they feel secure that you are staying again. You may feel tempted to believe them quickly because believing is easier than grieving. Hope offers immediate relief. It tells you that you do not have to release the future you imagined. It allows you to keep the dream alive, but hope without evidence is often the doorway back into the same cycle. Ask yourself what has actually changed, not what they said, not how emotional they appeared, not how much they claim to miss you. What behavior is different? Have they taken responsibility without blaming you? Have they acknowledged the exact ways they hurt you, or are they offering a general apology designed to end the discomfort? Have they done any real work while you were apart? Have they changed their habits, improved their communication, addressed their emotional wounds, or simply become afraid that you might move on? Fear of losing you can create temporary effort. Only genuine growth creates lasting change. Many people become their best version when they sense you leaving. They suddenly communicate clearly, become affectionate, make plans, and give you the attention you once begged for. They show you the person you always knew they could be. This is why you return. But once the danger passes and your presence becomes secure again, the effort slowly disappears. The thoughtful messages become delayed replies. The promises become excuses. The attention becomes distance. The version of them that appeared during the crisis begins fading. You find yourself back inside the same relationship, asking the same questions and carrying the same pain. This cycle is not confusing when you understand what drives it. They may not be changing because they understand your pain. They may be changing just enough to avoid the consequence of losing access to you. There is a difference between someone who wants to become healthier and someone who wants the immediate discomfort to end. The first person changes even when nobody is watching. The second person performs change until they feel safe again. Real change is not a temporary response to consequences. It is a long-term commitment to becoming different. You must stop evaluating people according to how beautifully they behave during reunions. Evaluate them according to how consistently they behave after comfort returns. Anyone can be attentive when they are trying to win you back. Watch what happens after they believe they have you. Do they still communicate? Do they still respect the boundaries you discussed? Do they still make effort when there is no threat of losing you? Do they continue the work, or do they slowly return to the same excuses? Patterns become clear when urgency disappears. You may resist this truth because you want to believe love has finally won. You do not want your past suffering to feel wasted. You want the relationship to become the beautiful ending that justifies every difficult chapter. But pain does not become meaningful because you return to the person who caused it. Pain becomes meaningful when it teaches you what you will no longer accept. Sometimes the lesson is not that you should keep fighting until someone changes. Sometimes the lesson is that you must stop waiting for change from people who repeatedly choose comfort over growth. The old version of you may have believed that every return deserved another chance. The new version of you must understand that access is earned through evidence. Forgiveness can be given freely. Trust should not be. Trust is rebuilt slowly through repeated actions. It requires humility, patience, honesty, and consistency. It cannot be restored because someone says the right words during one emotional night. You are not cruel for needing proof. You are not bitter for moving carefully. You are not punishing someone because you refuse to immediately believe the same promise that has been broken many times. You are respecting the memory of what happened. Your body remembers the nights of anxiety. Your heart remembers the confusion. Your mind remembers the energy it took to survive the relationship. You cannot expect yourself to forget all of that simply because they have returned with regret. Regret is not repair. Repair requires responsibility. Responsibility sounds different from desperation. Desperation says, "Please do not leave me." Responsibility says, "I understand exactly what I did, why it hurt you, and what I must change whether or not you return." Desperation focuses on their fear. Responsibility focuses on your pain. Desperation wants immediate forgiveness. Responsibility respects the time healing requires. Desperation pressures you to make a decision. Responsibility accepts that their actions created your hesitation. Pay attention to what their apology centers. Are they sorry because you are hurting, or because they are experiencing consequences? Are they asking what you need, or telling you what they want? Are they willing to rebuild slowly, or demanding that everything return to normal immediately? Someone truly committed to change will not rush your healing. They understand that trust was damaged gradually and must be rebuilt gradually. They will not accuse you of holding the past against them every time you need reassurance. They will not become angry because you cannot instantly return to the version of yourself who trusted freely. They will recognize that your caution is a result of their choices. But the person who has not changed will often become impatient. They may say, "I already apologized." They may accuse you of refusing to move forward. They may act as though their return should erase the emotional consequences of everything that happened. This reveals that they want forgiveness without responsibility. They want the relationship restored without earning restoration. They want access without repair. Do not confuse their impatience with passion. Real love respects the pace of your healing. There is another reason people return. They sense that you are moving on. As long as you were available, waiting, and emotionally attached, they felt no urgency. They knew they could reach you whenever they wanted. Your loyalty became a guarantee, but the moment your energy changes, they notice. The moment you stop checking on them, stop reacting, stop explaining, and stop waiting, they feel the loss of control. Suddenly, the person who was uncertain becomes certain. The person who was too busy finds time. The person who could not communicate writes paragraphs. You may interpret this as love. Sometimes it is only the discomfort of losing access. This is why their timing matters. Why did they recognize your value only when you stopped offering it freely? Why did your pain fail to move them, but your departure finally did? Why did they ignore your words, yet respond instantly to your silence? These questions are difficult, but they are necessary. Sometimes people do not change when they see you hurting because they do not believe you will leave. Your pain becomes acceptable as long as your presence remains guaranteed. Your departure becomes the first consequence they can feel. They may return because they want the consequence removed. But removing the consequence before change is proven often removes the motivation for change as well. You are not responsible for making someone suffer, but you are responsible for not rescuing them from every consequence of how they treated you. If a person repeatedly took you for granted, losing access to you may be the lesson they need. Reopening the door too quickly may teach them that no matter what they do, enough words will always bring you back. This is not love. This is conditioning. Every time you return without requiring evidence, the cycle becomes stronger. They learn that your boundaries are temporary. They learn that your breaking point is flexible. They learn that your love can be used to negotiate around accountability. You may believe you are showing compassion, but compassion without standards can enable the very behavior that keeps hurting you. You are allowed to care about someone and still let them experience the result of losing you. You are allowed to hear their apology without offering immediate access. You are allowed to believe they may change while deciding that you will not be the place where that change is tested. This truth is important. Someone may genuinely change, but their growth does not automatically create an obligation for you to return. Perhaps the relationship damaged something inside you that cannot safely be rebuilt. Perhaps too much trust was lost. Perhaps you have finally reached peace, and reopening the connection would place that peace at risk. You are not required to become the reward for someone's transformation. Their growth belongs to them. Your healing belongs to you. Two people can improve and still need to remain apart. Sometimes the most mature ending is accepting that change arrived too late to save the relationship. This may sound harsh, but it is not punishment. It is the recognition that timing matters. A bridge can be repaired, but if it has collapsed too many times, you may no longer feel safe crossing it. Safety cannot be demanded. It must be rebuilt. There are moments when the returning person will remind you of the good memories. They will speak about the connection, the laughter, the history, and the dreams you once shared. Those memories may awaken everything you worked hard to release. Do not deny the good, but do not allow the good to erase the pattern. Beautiful memories are not evidence of a healthy future. A relationship can have genuine love, unforgettable moments, and deep connection while still being unable to provide emotional safety. The existence of good memories does not cancel the existence of repeated harm. Nostalgia is selective. It shows you the highlights and hides the cost. When loneliness enters, the mind often creates a softened version of the past. You remember how they held you, not how often they ignored you. You remember their apologies, not how often the same wound returned. You remember the beautiful beginning, not the exhausted person you became near the end. You must remember completely, not to remain angry, but to remain clear. Clarity requires holding the entire story, the laughter and the silence, the affection and the neglect, the promises and the patterns, the love and the cost. You do not need to turn them into a villain. You only need to stop turning them into a fantasy. A fantasy has no pattern. A real person does. The real person is revealed by what they repeatedly choose. If their return is genuine, time will not threaten it. Real change can survive patience. It can survive boundaries. It can survive the absence of immediate reward. False change becomes frustrated when you do not respond quickly. It pressures, guilt trips, accuses, and demands. It wants access now. Real change says, I understand why you are cautious. False change says, why are you still punishing me? Real change takes responsibility for the past. False change asks you to forget it. Real change continues whether or not you return. False change disappears when the desired result is not immediate. Do not listen only to the emotion in their voice. Watch the humility in their behavior. A person who has truly changed will not make your boundary about their suffering. They will recognize that the boundary exists because of the suffering they caused. They will not demand trust. They will become trustworthy. They will not demand another chance. They will become someone who could use a chance differently. They will not argue that they are different. They will allow time to prove it. Time reveals whether their return came from loneliness or growth. Loneliness seeks comfort. Growth seeks responsibility. Loneliness wants things to feel good again. Growth wants to become good enough to stop repeating the harm. You must also examine yourself before reopening a door. Are you considering them because you have witnessed real change, or because you are afraid of beginning again with someone new? Are you responding to their growth or to your own loneliness? Are you returning because the relationship is safe, or because familiarity feels less frightening than uncertainty? Familiar pain can feel safer than unfamiliar peace. You already know how to survive the old cycle. You know what to expect, how to explain their behavior, and how to repair yourself after every disappointment. A new life feels uncertain, and uncertainty can make the old relationship appear comforting. But comfort is not always safety. Sometimes comfort is only familiarity. A prison can become familiar. That does not make it a home. Ask yourself how your body feels when they return. Do you feel calm or immediately anxious? Do you feel respected or pressured? Do you feel seen or pulled back into the role of caretaker? Does their return bring peace, or does it reopen the same confusion? Your body may recognize a pattern before your hope allows your mind to admit it. Listen. The tightness in your chest is information. The urge to overanalyze is information. The fear of saying the wrong thing is information. The need to constantly monitor their mood is information. Healthy love does not require you to abandon your nervous system. You deserve a relationship where peace is the normal condition, not a temporary reward after conflict. A relationship should not make you feel that one wrong sentence could cause affection to disappear. It should not make you live in constant fear of being replaced, ignored, or abandoned. Their return should not require the return of your anxiety. If you must become the old version of yourself to keep them, then the relationship is asking too much. The healed version of you may be more difficult for them to access. You ask better questions. You notice contradictions. You no longer accept apologies without change. You no longer become impressed by temporary effort. This may frustrate them, but your healing was not created to make you easier for the same pattern to reclaim. You did not rebuild yourself so someone could return and benefit from the stronger version without taking responsibility for how the earlier version was broken. Protect what you built. Protect the peace that arrived after they left. Protect the confidence you slowly restored. Protect the routines, friendships, and dreams that came back when your energy was no longer consumed by uncertainty. Do not destroy months of healing because someone had one emotional evening. You have worked too hard to confuse urgency with change. Sometimes the most powerful response to a return is not anger, it is observation. You do not need to immediately reject them or immediately accept them. You can slow down. You can refuse to let their emotion control your decision. You can listen without surrendering your boundary. You are allowed to say, "I hear you, but I need time." You are allowed to say, "Your words are meaningful, but I must watch your actions." You are allowed to say, "I forgive you, but I am not ready to reopen this relationship." You are allowed to say, "I believe you may have changed, but I have changed too." This is emotional maturity. You no longer allow another person's urgency to become your emergency. You no longer rush because they are afraid. You no longer abandon your process to comfort someone who did not protect you when you were the one afraid. Take your time. A healthy opportunity will survive careful consideration. Manipulation usually will not. The person who respects you will respect the time you need. The person who only wants access will become irritated. Their response to your caution may reveal more than their apology. Watch what happens when you say no. Watch what happens when you ask for space. Watch what happens when you refuse to immediately restore the old level of closeness. Anyone can appear loving when you are giving them what they want. Character appears when you set a limit. If they insult you, threaten to leave, blame you, create guilt, or accuse you of being heartless, then the return was never about respecting your healing. It was about regaining control. Do not negotiate with manipulation simply because it arrives wearing the language of love. Love does not punish you for protecting yourself. Love does not shame you for remembering. Love does not demand that you ignore your instincts. Love is patient enough to prove itself. There will be people who say, everyone deserves a second chance. This sounds beautiful, but it is incomplete. Everyone may deserve the opportunity to grow. Not everyone is entitled to another opportunity to hurt you. A second chance is a gift, not a debt. You decide whether the risk is wise. You decide whether the foundation can be rebuilt. You decide whether your heart can safely return. Nobody else lived inside the confusion you experienced. Nobody else lost sleep over the mixed signals. Nobody else knows how many times you begged for the same change. Your decision does not need public approval. You are the one who must live with the consequences. Do not return because outsiders romanticize forgiveness. Forgiveness can happen from a distance. You can release anger without restoring intimacy. You can wish someone well without inviting them back. You can stop carrying resentment while still carrying wisdom. Wisdom remembers that love without accountability becomes repetition. You have already experienced repetition. You know how it begins. It begins with a return, a heartfelt apology, a beautiful promise, a few good weeks, then a small disappointment, an excuse, another broken promise. Your concern is dismissed. You try to explain. They become defensive. You begin doubting yourself. Soon, you are back at the same emotional place, but now the wound is deeper because you had believed this time would be different. Do not underestimate the cost of another cycle. Returning does not place you at the beginning. It places you at the beginning while carrying all the damage from before. Trust becomes harder. Anxiety becomes stronger. Self-blame becomes more painful because part of you knew the risk. This is why your next decision must come from clarity, not longing. Longing asks, what if they have changed? Clarity asks, what evidence do I have? Longing remembers the beginning. Clarity remembers the pattern. Longing fears losing them forever. Clarity fears losing yourself again. Choose the fear that protects your future. Losing someone can be painful. Losing yourself repeatedly is devastating. You may wonder whether refusing their return means you never truly loved them. It does not. Love is not measured by how many times you allow someone to hurt you. Love is not proven by your willingness to remain available forever. Sometimes the deepest expression of love is stepping away from a relationship that keeps bringing out the worst in both people. Sometimes distance gives someone the space to grow without using you as emotional support during the process. Sometimes your refusal becomes the boundary that forces them to confront themselves. But even if they never grow, your boundary still protects you. Your healing cannot depend on what the boundary teaches them. The boundary is for you. It is not a strategy to make them change. It is not a way to make them chase. It is not a test. It is a declaration that the old pattern no longer has permission to continue. The moment you use distance to manipulate a return, you remain emotionally dependent on their reaction. True detachment does not ask, will this make them come back? It asks, will this help me come back to myself? That is the return that matters most. You have spent enough time waiting for another person to become ready. Are you ready to protect your peace? Are you ready to believe repeated actions over emotional words? Are you ready to stop giving the title of transformation to temporary effort? Are you ready to accept that some people return not because they finally see your worth, but because they feel the loss of what you gave? Your answer will determine whether this becomes a new chapter or another repetition. The person who truly changes will understand that their return does not erase your growth. They will meet the new version of you with patience. They will not ask you to become smaller, quieter, or easier to control. They will recognize that you now have standards. They will respect them. If they cannot respect the healed version of you, then they never returned for you. They returned for the version who tolerated more. Let that version remain in the past. The person you are becoming does not beg people to change. They observe, they decide, they protect their peace. They understand that apologies can be accepted without relationships being restored. They know that someone's regret does not automatically create a safe future. Most importantly, They know that love is not proven by returning. Love is proven by what happens after the return. So when someone comes back, do not immediately ask whether you still love them. Ask whether they have become safe. Ask whether their behavior has changed. Ask whether your peace can survive their presence. Ask whether you are choosing them from strength or loneliness. Ask whether the relationship can grow without requiring you to abandon yourself again. Their return may feel like the answer you once prayed for, but not every return is a blessing. Sometimes it is a test of whether you have truly learned the lesson. You once begged them to come back. Now they may stand at the door you finally closed. This time, do not open it because of words alone. Do not open it because you miss the good moments. Do not open it because loneliness is speaking loudly. Open it only if trust can be rebuilt. Responsibility is visible. Consistency has survived time, and your dignity does not have to leave the room when they enter. And when that evidence does not exist, let the door remain closed, not from hatred, not from revenge, not because you want them to suffer, but because you finally understand that your heart is not a place where people can repeatedly return without becoming different. You have mistaken returns for change before. You have believed apologies before. You have reopened the door before. This time, let wisdom answer. A person returning does not mean you must return to the person you were. You are allowed to keep moving forward. You are allowed to outgrow the relationship they are finally ready to offer. You are allowed to say, I once wanted this, but I no longer want it at the cost of myself. That is not cruelty. That is growth. And growth becomes real the moment the old temptation returns, but the new version of you makes a different choice. Chapter 5. The day you stop chasing, your power returns. There is a day in every painful relationship when something inside you changes. Nothing dramatic may happen on the outside. There may be no final argument, no perfect goodbye, no powerful speech, and no moment when the other person suddenly understands everything they did to you. The room may look the same. Your phone may remain silent. Life may continue as if nothing important has happened. But inside you, a decision begins forming. You become tired, not only tired of them, but tired of who you have become while chasing them. Tired of checking your phone, tired of waiting for replies, tired of reading between lines that should have been clear, tired of forgiving what never changes, tired of hoping that another person will finally give you permission to feel valuable, tired of losing sleep over someone who sleeps peacefully after hurting you, tired of carrying the entire emotional weight of a relationship that has never truly carried you. That exhaustion is not weakness, it is the beginning of awakening. For a long time, you may have believed that your power lived inside the relationship. You believed you would feel complete when they chose you, secure when they stayed, peaceful when they apologized, and worthy when they finally recognized everything you gave. But every time your power depended on their behavior, you became powerless. If they replied, you felt calm. If they became distant, you felt anxious. If they offered affection, you felt worthy. If they withdrew, you questioned yourself. If they returned, you felt hopeful. If they disappeared, you felt broken. Your emotional world became controlled by someone who had never earned that authority. They did not need to physically control your life. Your attachment was enough. Your thoughts followed them. Your mood followed them. Your self-esteem followed them. Your plans changed according to their availability. Your peace rose and fell according to their attention. Your entire day could be ruined by one cold message from someone who did not even understand how much influence they had over you. This is what chasing truly costs. It does not only cost time, it costs emotional freedom. You begin living in reaction to another person instead of living from your own center. You stop asking what you want and begin asking what will make them stay. You stop listening to your instincts and begin studying their mood. You stop protecting your standards and begin adjusting them to whatever they are willing to offer. The chase slowly teaches you to abandon yourself. You may not realize it because self-abandonment often looks like love from the outside. It looks like patience. It looks like loyalty. It looks like forgiveness. It looks like understanding. But inside, it feels like silencing your needs because you are afraid of becoming inconvenient. It feels like accepting uncertainty because clarity might lead to an ending. It feels like pretending you are satisfied with less because asking for more might make them leave. You may say, "I am fighting for the relationship," but ask yourself honestly, are both of you fighting? If only one person is constantly initiating, explaining, repairing, forgiving, waiting, and sacrificing, then it is no longer a shared fight. It is one person trying to keep something alive that the other person is comfortable allowing to die. You cannot create mutual love through individual effort. You cannot perform enough loyalty for two people. You cannot communicate enough for someone who has chosen avoidance. You cannot care enough to compensate for another person's indifference. This is not failure, it is reality. The day you stop chasing begins when you finally accept that effort cannot force willingness. You can inspire someone. You can support someone. You can show them patience. You can offer a safe space, but you cannot make them ready. You cannot make them emotionally mature. You cannot make them honest. You cannot make them choose you. The desire to control another person's choice is often hidden inside chasing. You believe that if you say the perfect words, become the perfect partner, remain patient enough, and offer enough love, they will eventually respond the way you need. But this belief places a cruel responsibility on you. Every time they disappoint you, you assume you must try harder. Every time they withdraw, you search for your mistake. Every time they fail to love properly, you ask how you can become more lovable. You begin carrying responsibility for decisions that belong to them. Their inconsistency belongs to them. Their dishonesty belongs to them. Their emotional unavailability belongs to them. Their unwillingness to commit belongs to them. Their inability to appreciate you does not become your failure simply because you loved them sincerely. Sometimes you were loving someone who did not know how to receive love without becoming careless with it. Sometimes you were offering loyalty to someone who wanted freedom from responsibility. Sometimes you were trying to create permanence with a person who valued access more than commitment. You did not fail because your love could not transform them. Love is powerful, but love is not magic. It cannot build character inside someone who refuses accountability. It cannot create consistency inside someone who enjoys living according to temporary emotion. It cannot produce maturity inside someone who avoids every consequence of their choices. The day you stop chasing is the day you return responsibility to where it belongs. You stop asking why you were not enough. You begin asking why they were willing to accept your love while offering so little in return. You stop examining every part of yourself for flaws. You begin examining the pattern. You stop believing that their rejection defines your value. You begin understanding that rejection often reveals compatibility, capacity, and character. Not every person who refuses to choose you is proving that you are unworthy. Sometimes they are proving that they are not ready for what you offer. Sometimes they are proving that your values are different. Sometimes they are proving that they want the benefits of a relationship without the responsibility of one. Sometimes they are simply proving that they are not your person. That truth hurts, but it is cleaner than spending years trying to convert uncertainty into devotion. There is dignity in accepting an answer you did not want. Many people believe dignity means appearing unaffected. They think dignity means never crying, never missing someone, never admitting that the loss was painful. That is not dignity. Dignity is feeling everything and still refusing to abandon yourself. Dignity is missing them without contacting them. Dignity is crying without reopening the same door. Dignity is accepting that your heart may need time while your boundary remains immediate. Dignity is knowing that pain does not always require action. You can feel the urge to call and choose not to call. You can want to explain yourself again and choose silence. You can hope they return and still decide that a return without change is not enough. This is how power comes back. Not all at once. It returns through small decisions. It returns the first night you do not send the message. It returns the first morning you do not check their page. It returns when you stop asking mutual friends about them. It returns when you remove the conversation you keep rereading. It returns when you stop creating imaginary situations where they finally regret everything. It returns when you begin directing your attention toward your own life instead of monitoring theirs. Every act of emotional withdrawal from the unhealthy pattern becomes an act of return to yourself. At first, this return may feel empty. You have spent so much time thinking about them that silence inside your mind feels unfamiliar. You have organized your emotional life around anticipation. Waiting for their message gave your days a painful kind of structure. Analyzing their behavior gave your mind something to do. When the chase stops, you may not immediately feel free. You may feel lost. This is normal. Freedom can feel frightening when attachment has become your identity. You may ask yourself, who am I without this relationship? You may realize how many parts of your life were neglected while you tried to keep someone close. Your hobbies disappeared, your friendships weakened, your goals became distant, your confidence became dependent on moments of approval. You did not only lose yourself in the relationship, you organized your life around losing yourself. Healing requires more than ending contact. It requires rebuilding identity. You must remember who you were before this person became the center of your emotional world. What brought you joy before you waited for their attention? What dreams did you place aside? What parts of your personality became quieter? What boundaries did you once have? What did you believe about yourself before someone's inconsistency made you question everything? These questions may be painful because they reveal how much was lost, but they also reveal what can be recovered. You are still there. Beneath the anxiety, the waiting, the self-doubt, and the emotional exhaustion, the real you is still there. The version of you who laughed without checking a phone, the version who made plans without waiting for permission, the version who trusted their instincts, the version who believed love should feel safe, the version who did not need to convince anyone of their value. That person did not disappear. They became buried beneath survival. Now you must uncover them. This process will not happen through one powerful decision. It will happen through repetition. Every day, you must practice choosing yourself, not in dramatic ways, in ordinary ways. Eat even when sadness removes your appetite. Sleep instead of staying awake to analyze the past. Move your body even when your emotions feel heavy. Speak to people who bring calmness instead of confusion. Return to responsibilities you neglected. Create structure where chaos once lived. Your nervous system needs evidence that your life is safe again. Healing is not only a mental decision. Your body has been living in expectation. It has been waiting for messages, conflict, withdrawal, and sudden affection. It has learned to remain alert. This is why silence may initially feel uncomfortable. Peace can feel suspicious after chaos. You may wait for something bad to happen, even when the relationship has ended. You may hear a notification and feel your heart race. You may see their name somewhere and feel your entire body react. Do not shame yourself. Your body is remembering what your mind is trying to release. Be patient. The goal is not to force yourself to stop feeling. The goal is to teach yourself that feelings do not control your actions. You can experience anxiety without contacting them. You can experience sadness without questioning your decision. You can experience nostalgia without rewriting the relationship. You can experience loneliness without accepting unhealthy company. This is emotional strength. Strength is not the absence of desire. It is the ability to refuse what you desire when you know it will destroy your peace. You may desire their attention. You may desire one more conversation. You may desire to hear that they miss you. You may desire to know whether they are suffering. But not every desire deserves obedience. Some desires are created by attachment, not wisdom. Your heart may reach for what is familiar, even when familiarity was painful. The human mind often prefers a known wound over an unknown future. At least the old cycle is predictable. You know how it begins, how it hurts, and how you recover. The future without them contains uncertainty. You do not know who you will become. You do not know who you may meet. You do not know whether loneliness will last. You do not know whether love will come again. This uncertainty can make the past look safer than it was. But uncertainty is not danger. Sometimes uncertainty is simply an unopened door. Do not return to a known prison, because freedom has no map. You can learn to walk without knowing every step. The power that returns when you stop chasing is the power of direction. You are no longer running behind someone. You can finally ask where you want to go. What kind of life do you want? What kind of person do you want to become? What kind of relationships do you want to experience? What standards will protect your future? What signs will you no longer ignore? These questions shift your attention from loss to creation. You stop building your identity around who left. You begin building your life around who remains, you. This may be the first time you realize that you have always been the person who stayed. Others came and went. Some promised forever and disappeared. Some accepted your love and forgot your humanity. Some wanted temporary access. But through every loss, you remained. You carried yourself through every night. You survived every disappointment. You rebuilt after every ending. Perhaps you did not do it perfectly, but you are still here. That means the most important relationship in your life has always been the one you have with yourself. Yet this is often the relationship you neglect first. You speak kindly to others and cruelly to yourself. You forgive their mistakes, but punish yourself for years. You understand their wounds, but reject your own pain. You offer them unlimited chances, but abandon yourself after one failure. How can you expect to feel powerful while treating yourself like someone who does not deserve compassion? Power returns when the way you speak to yourself changes. Stop saying, "I was stupid for staying." Say, "I was hopeful, and now I am wiser." Stop saying, "I wasted my time." Say, "I learned a lesson that will protect my future." Stop saying, "They destroyed me." Say, "They wounded me, but I am responsible for my healing." Stop saying, "Nobody will ever choose me." Say, "I will no longer chase people who cannot choose clearly." Your inner language becomes the foundation of your new life. The words you repeat become beliefs. The beliefs become choices. The choices become your identity. You must stop using the past as evidence against yourself. You loved deeply. That was not the mistake. The mistake was believing that deep love required endless suffering. You were loyal. That was not the mistake. The mistake was offering loyalty where there was no responsibility. You were patient. That was not the mistake. The mistake was allowing patience to become permission. Do not destroy your beautiful qualities because someone misused them. Keep your love. Keep your softness. Keep your generosity. Keep your willingness to believe in people, but add wisdom. Love with boundaries. Give with discernment. Forgive without forgetting patterns. Care without carrying what belongs to someone else. Remain kind without becoming available for disrespect. This is how you protect your heart without becoming cold. Some people leave unhealthy relationships and build walls so high that nobody can enter. They decide that vulnerability is weakness, trust is foolishness, and love is dangerous. But refusing to feel is not power. It is fear wearing armor. Real power allows love to remain possible while refusing to repeat old patterns. You do not need to punish future people for what someone in the past did to you, but you must enter future relationships with greater awareness. Do not ignore the way someone communicates because you feel strong chemistry. Do not excuse inconsistency because they had a difficult past. Do not romanticize confusion. Do not become impressed by intensity before observing character. Watch how they behave when disappointed. Watch how they respond to boundaries. Watch whether their words and actions agree. Watch whether they take responsibility. Watch how they treat people who cannot benefit them. The person you choose can influence your peace, your confidence, your dreams, and your relationship with yourself. Choose slowly. Healthy love does not fear observation. Only performance fears time. A person pretending to be consistent will eventually become tired. A person pretending to respect you will reveal themselves when you say no. A person pretending to care will disappear when caring requires sacrifice. Do not rush intimacy. Allow patterns to appear before you give someone emotional authority. You once handed someone power over your heart before they proved they could carry it responsibly. Do not repeat that. Your vulnerability is sacred. Your attention is valuable. Your loyalty is powerful. Your time cannot be replaced. Access to these things should be earned. The day you stop chasing, you begin understanding the value of access. Before, you may have believed that being endlessly available proved love. You answered at any hour. You changed plans. You listened to every problem. You remained supportive while your own needs were ignored. But availability without reciprocity creates imbalance. The more available you became, the less effort they needed to make. Your presence became guaranteed. What is guaranteed is often taken for granted by the emotionally immature. This does not mean you must play games or become intentionally distant. It means your life should not be arranged around someone who has not arranged any part of theirs around you. You can be loving without becoming constantly accessible. You can care without abandoning your responsibilities. You can support someone without becoming their emotional rescue service. You can show interest without chasing. Mutual relationships contain movement from both sides. You should not always be the one closing the distance. If you stop initiating and the connection disappears, you did not destroy it. You discovered who was sustaining it. That discovery may hurt, but it gives you truth. There are people in your life who may notice your withdrawal and suddenly increase their effort. This can be confusing. They may call more often, become affectionate, or claim they are ready to offer everything you previously requested. You may feel powerful because they are finally chasing you. Be careful. The goal is not to reverse the roles. The goal is to end the game. You do not heal by making someone experience the uncertainty they gave you. You do not become free by waiting for them to beg. You remain attached as long as your satisfaction depends on their reaction. If you pull away only to make them return, you are still chasing. You are chasing through silence. True power is not making someone run after you. It is no longer needing them to. There is a major difference. Manipulative distance asks, will they notice? Healthy distance asks, can I hear myself again? Manipulative silence asks, will they miss me? Healthy silence asks, can I protect my peace? Manipulative growth asks, will they regret losing me? Healthy growth asks, what kind of life can I create now? Your healing should not become a performance for the person who hurt you. Do not post happiness so they will feel jealous. Do not seek success so they will recognize your worth. Do not enter another relationship to prove you have moved on. Anything built around their reaction still keeps them at the center. Build quietly, heal privately. Let your life become meaningful even if they never witness it. This is difficult because part of you may want justice. You want them to understand what they lost. You want them to experience your absence. You want them to look for your loyalty in others and fail to find it. These thoughts are natural after being taken for granted. But do not remain emotionally trapped while waiting for them to receive a lesson. Some people never understand. Some people rewrite the story to avoid guilt. Some people move on quickly because self-reflection is uncomfortable. Some people may recognize your value years later. None of this should determine whether you heal. Justice is not always watching someone regret losing you. Sometimes justice is becoming so peaceful that their regret no longer matters. Your life does not need to become evidence in a case against them. Let your growth belong to you. Every hour spent imagining their regret is another hour they occupy your mind without permission. Remove them, not with force, with redirection. When your thoughts move toward them, return to yourself. Ask what you need. Ask what you can create. Ask what today requires. You may need to do this hundreds of times. Healing often looks repetitive. The mind returns to the familiar story. You gently return it to the present. Over time, the distance between thoughts becomes longer. Their name loses emotional force. The memory remains, but the control weakens. One day, you will remember them and feel almost nothing. Not hatred, not longing, just understanding. You will see the relationship as a chapter, rather than the entire book. That day may seem impossible now, but it is coming. Every boundary brings it closer. Every day without chasing brings it closer. Every choice that protects your dignity brings it closer. You are not only leaving a person, you are leaving a version of yourself. The version who waited, the version who begged, the version who accepted mixed signals, the version who believed being chosen by them was more important than choosing yourself. Do not hate that version. They were trying to survive. They were afraid that losing the relationship would prove they were unlovable. They did not yet understand that remaining inside one-sided love was making them feel unlovable every day. Be gentle with them. Thank them for carrying you until wisdom arrived. Then release them. You do not have to remain loyal to an old identity simply because it kept you alive. You can become someone new. Someone who does not chase uncertainty. Someone who asks direct questions and accepts direct answers. Someone who does not turn inconsistency into a challenge. Someone who sees emotional unavailability and moves away instead of trying to become irresistible. Someone who understands that not being chosen by one person is not a judgment on their entire existence. This version of you is not arrogant. They are grounded. They do not believe everyone must choose them. They simply know they will not beg those who do not. They respect another person's freedom to leave while respecting their own freedom to stop waiting. This is mature strength. You cannot force someone to stay, but you can decide what their leaving will teach you. Will it teach you to chase harder? Will it teach you to lower your standards? Will it teach you that love is unreliable? Or will it teach you to recognize what genuine commitment looks like? Pain always teaches something. Make sure it does not teach the wrong lesson. Do not learn that you are unworthy. Learn that you ignored evidence. Do not learn that love is dangerous. Learn that love without boundaries becomes dangerous. Do not learn that everyone leaves. Learn to pay attention to who is actually capable of staying. Do not learn to become cold. Learn to become discerning. The pain of chasing often begins long before the relationship itself. Perhaps you learned early that attention had to be earned. Perhaps love was inconsistent. Perhaps you became the responsible one, the quiet one, the helpful one, or the person who kept peace. You may have learned that your value came from what you provided. This can follow you into adult relationships. You become attracted to people who make love difficult because difficulty feels familiar. You believe earning affection is normal. Easy love feels suspicious. Stable people seem less exciting because your nervous system has been trained to associate uncertainty with connection. This is deeper than one person. This is a pattern. The person you chased may have activated an older wound. Their withdrawal made you feel the same abandonment you once experienced elsewhere. Winning them became a way to rewrite the past. You believed that if they finally chose you, every earlier rejection would lose its power. But no relationship can permanently heal a wound you refuse to face within yourself. Even if they chose you, the fear would remain. You would still wonder when their attention might disappear. You would still monitor changes in tone. You would still fear being replaced, because the deeper wound was never only about them. It was about the belief that love must be earned. You must challenge that belief. Healthy love includes effort, but it should not require performance. You do not need to become perfect to deserve respect. You do not need to hide emotions to deserve patience. You do not need to constantly give to deserve care. Your worth is not produced by usefulness. You deserve love because you are human, not because you have successfully made yourself impossible to leave. This does not mean everyone must love you. It means another person's inability to love you does not remove your lovability. These are different truths. Some people will not choose you. Some people will misunderstand you. Some people will prefer a different life. This can hurt without becoming humiliation. Rejection becomes humiliation only when you begin begging someone to reverse it. Allow people to make their choices, then make yours. If they do not want the relationship, believe them. If they are uncertain for too long, respond to the uncertainty. If they say they are not ready, stop auditioning for the future version of them. You do not have to turn every rejection into a mission. Sometimes the most powerful response is acceptance. Acceptance is not agreement. You may not agree with their decision. You may not understand it. You may believe they are making a mistake, but you accept that the decision belongs to them. Then you stop giving away your life while waiting for a different answer. You may fear that acceptance will destroy hope. Sometimes hope needs to be destroyed before your life can move forward. Not all hope is healthy. Hope can inspire action, but it can also delay truth. Hope becomes harmful when it keeps you loyal to what repeatedly hurts you. You need a new kind of hope. Hope for yourself. Hope that your life can become peaceful. Hope that love can exist without begging. Hope that being alone for a season will not destroy you. Hope that you can create meaning beyond one relationship. Hope that the future contains people you have not met and versions of yourself you have not yet discovered. Redirect hope. Stop using it to keep a closed door alive. Use it to walk toward another door. There will be days when your power feels strong. You will feel clear, focused, and grateful that you left. Then a difficult evening may come. A memory may return. A song may remind you of them. Loneliness may enter. Suddenly, everything you learned feels distant. You may want to contact them. Do not interpret this moment as failure. Healing is not a straight line. The return of an emotion does not mean the return of the relationship is wise. Feelings move like waves. They rise, become intense, and eventually fall. You do not need to make permanent decisions during temporary waves. Wait, breathe, write what you want to say without sending it. Call someone safe. Walk outside. Remember the full story. Do not contact someone simply to escape a moment of discomfort. Every time you survive the urge without returning, your self-trust grows. Self-trust is one of the most important forms of power. You lost trust in yourself when you repeatedly ignored your instincts. You knew something was wrong but stayed. You saw the pattern but accepted another promise. You set boundaries and removed them. Part of your pain comes from the belief that you cannot trust your own decisions. This must be repaired. Keep small promises to yourself. If you say you will not check their page today, do not check. If you say you will not answer immediately, wait. If you say you will focus on your work, begin. Every promise kept becomes evidence that you can rely on yourself. Eventually, you stop needing another person to make you feel safe because you know you will protect yourself when something becomes unsafe. This changes the way you love. You no longer enter relationships terrified of being abandoned because you understand that even if someone leaves, you will not abandon yourself. That is security. Security does not mean believing nobody will ever hurt you. It means believing you will respond wisely when they do. It means trusting that you will not spend years convincing someone to treat you properly. It means knowing that your standards will remain even when attraction is strong. It means understanding that losing another person will never require losing your identity. The day you stop chasing, you become available for reciprocal love. While you are focused on an unavailable person, you cannot fully recognize those who are present. Your attention remains trapped in scarcity. You believe love is something you must fight for because the person you chose keeps withholding it. But the world contains people who communicate, people who are clear, people who do not create anxiety to feel powerful, people who understand that consistency is not boring, it is care. You may not notice them while chaos still feels like chemistry. You must heal your attraction to uncertainty. This does not mean choosing someone you feel nothing for. It means learning that calmness can coexist with passion. Healthy love can be exciting without being unstable. It can be deep without being painful. It can challenge you without making you question your worth. It can require effort without requiring pursuit. The strongest relationships are not built by one person chasing while the other decides whether to stop. They are built by two people walking toward each other. Do not accept anything less. You have already spent enough time running. Let the next person reveal their willingness through action. Let them call. Let them plan. Let them communicate. Let them repair. Let them demonstrate that your presence matters. Do not carry the entire relationship and call it love. Mutuality is not selfish. It is necessary. You may need to release the belief that love must be difficult to be valuable. Struggle can create attachment because you have invested so much effort. The more you suffer, the more meaningful the relationship appears. You tell yourself, "I cannot leave after everything I have given." But what you have already lost should not become the reason you lose more. Past investment is not a command to continue. You do not need to waste another year simply because you already wasted 3. You do not need to accept another betrayal because you forgave the last one. You do not need to finish a painful story merely because you wrote many chapters. You are allowed to close the book. The time, love, and effort you gave are gone. The question is what you will do with what remains. Do not give the future to the same pattern simply to justify the past. The past cannot be recovered, but the future can be protected. Protect it. Protect the mornings you have not yet lived. Protect the people you have not yet met. Protect the peace you have not yet experienced. Protect the dreams that require your full attention. Every hour spent chasing someone unavailable is an hour unavailable to your own life. Your dreams have waited long enough. Your body has carried enough stress. Your heart has explained enough. Turn your energy toward what can grow. Not every door deserves another knock. Some doors remain closed because the room behind them has nothing new to offer. The old version of you may stand there forever, asking to be invited inside. The new version understands that the world is larger than one room. Walk away. At first, your steps may be uncertain. You may look back. You may wonder whether the door will open after you leave. Keep walking. Do not make your progress dependent on whether someone calls your name. The destination is not their regret. The destination is your return to dignity, your return to clarity, your return to purpose, your return to the part of you that no longer confuses chasing with love. One day, you will notice that hours have passed without thinking about them. Later, a full day, then several days. You will hear their name without your heart collapsing. You will see their photograph and recognize a person from the past instead of a future you still need. You will realize the power has returned, not because they finally chose you, because you finally stopped needing them to. You will understand that the chase was never proof of love. It was proof that you had forgotten where your value came from. Now you remember. Your value was never inside their answer. It was never inside their attention. It was never inside their decision to stay or leave. Your value remained inside you, even when you could not feel it. The day you stop chasing does not make you lose love. It removes illusion. It reveals who comes toward you freely. It reveals which connections survive without your constant effort. It reveals how peaceful life becomes when you stop trying to control another person's heart. Let them choose their path. You choose yours. Let them remain uncertain. You become clear. Let them search for temporary comfort. You build permanent peace. Let them remember you or forget you. Your life must continue. This is your power, not the power to make them return, not the power to make them regret, not the power to become impossible to replace. The power to know that even if they never return, never regret, and replace you immediately, you will still choose yourself. That is freedom. And once you experience that freedom, you will never again trade it for the temporary attention of someone who could not choose you clearly. The chasing ends here. The begging ends here. The waiting ends here. Take back your attention. Take back your time. Take back your voice. Take back the parts of yourself you placed in another person's hands. You are not walking away empty. You are walking away carrying yourself. And this time, you are finally enough. Chapter 6. Heal the part of you that keeps begging to be chosen. Walking away from someone is not always the hardest part of healing. Sometimes the hardest part is understanding why you were willing to lose so much of yourself just to keep them. You may remove their number, stop checking their profile, avoid the places where you might see them, and promise yourself that you will never return, yet something deeper can remain untouched. The relationship may end on the outside, while the wound that created the attachment continues living inside you. Unless you heal that wound, You may leave one person only to begin chasing the same emotional pattern in someone else. This is why true healing requires more than distance. Distance can protect you from the person, but self-awareness protects you from repeating the pattern. You must look beyond what they did and begin examining what made their inconsistency feel so powerful to you. You must ask why uncertainty pulled you closer instead of pushing you away, why receiving the bare minimum filled you with relief, and why being ignored made you work harder for the attention of someone who was already showing you that they could not love you in the way you needed. These questions are not meant to blame you. You are not responsible for another person's dishonesty, manipulation, neglect, or refusal to choose you clearly. Their behavior belongs to them, but your healing belongs to you. Understanding your pattern does not excuse what they did. It gives you the power to make sure their behavior does not continue shaping your future long after they are gone. Perhaps your need to be chosen began before this relationship. Perhaps there was a time in your life when affection felt uncertain, praise had to be earned, or emotional safety depended on keeping someone else happy. You may have learned to become useful, quiet, successful, patient, or endlessly understanding because those qualities brought you moments of approval. You discovered that being easy to manage reduced conflict, that hiding your needs prevented rejection, and that giving more of yourself sometimes caused people to stay a little longer. These lessons may have helped you survive earlier experiences, but survival strategies can become destructive when carried into adult relationships. The child who learned to work for love may become the adult who is attracted to emotionally unavailable people. The child who learned to keep peace may become the adult who tolerates disrespect to avoid abandonment. The child who was praised mainly for helping others may become the adult who believes their value comes from rescuing broken people. You may have entered the relationship believing you were simply loving deeply, but part of you may have been repeating an old emotional assignment. You were trying to finally win the love that once felt uncertain. You believed that if this difficult person chose you, it would prove that you had always been worthy. Their acceptance became more than a relationship. It became evidence you hoped would erase every earlier rejection. This is why their distance felt so personal. Their silence did not only belong to the present moment, it awakened every memory of being overlooked. Their uncertainty touched every place inside you that had ever wondered whether you were enough. When they withdrew, you were not only afraid of losing them, you were afraid their departure would confirm the painful belief that people always leave once they truly know you. So you chased harder, not because they were necessarily extraordinary, but because losing them felt connected to losing the argument you had been having with yourself for years. You wanted to prove that you could be loved, that your loyalty would eventually be rewarded, and that someone would finally see your value if you gave enough. But love obtained through self-erasure never heals the wound of feeling unworthy. It deepens it. Every time you ignore your needs to keep someone, you teach yourself that the real you is not lovable enough. Every time you perform, overgive, or remain silent to prevent rejection, you strengthen the belief that love is available only when you stop being fully yourself. You may win their temporary attention, but lose your relationship with yourself. This is why the part of you that keeps begging to be chosen must be approached with compassion rather than shame. That part is not weak. It is frightened. It does not need punishment. It needs reassurance. It needs to learn that being left will not destroy you, that rejection does not erase your value, and that you are now capable of protecting yourself in ways you could not before. When the urge to chase returns, do not immediately attack yourself. Do not say, "Why am I still thinking about them? Why am I so weak? Why can I not move on?" Shame creates more emotional pain, and emotional pain often sends you back toward the person you used to escape it. Instead, pause and ask what the urge is truly asking for. Perhaps you do not actually want the person. Perhaps you want reassurance that you mattered. Perhaps you want relief from loneliness. Perhaps you want proof that they regret losing you. Perhaps you want the emotional discomfort to stop. perhaps you want to feel chosen because you have not yet learned how to choose yourself when nobody else is offering validation. Understanding the need beneath the urge changes everything. When you identify what you are truly seeking, you can begin meeting that need without reopening a relationship that harmed you. If you need reassurance, remind yourself of the complete truth. If you feel lonely, connect with someone safe. If you feel unwanted, do something that restores your sense of identity. If you are overwhelmed by grief, allow the feeling to move through you without turning it into a reason to return. Not every feeling is an instruction. A feeling can be real without being wise. You can genuinely miss someone who was unhealthy for you. You can love someone who did not know how to love you responsibly. You can feel pulled toward a relationship while also knowing that returning would reopen wounds you have barely begun to heal. Emotional maturity means allowing feelings to exist without giving them complete authority over your decisions. You listen to your heart, but you also remember what your heart forgets when it becomes lonely. You remember the pattern, the broken promises, the anxiety, and the person you became while trying to keep the relationship alive. The wounded part of you often remembers the relief of reconciliation while forgetting the pain that made separation necessary. It remembers the warmth of their return, but not the coldness that came after they felt secure. It remembers the beautiful conversations, but not the days when you questioned whether you mattered. It remembers the beginning because the beginning contained possibility, yet it avoids remembering the ending because the ending contained truth. You must teach yourself to remember completely. Complete memory is not bitterness, it is protection. You do not need to replay every painful moment to remain angry, but you must refuse to edit the past whenever loneliness tries to persuade you that the relationship was healthier than it truly was. The mind can romanticize what the nervous system once struggled to survive. This happens because pain fades unevenly. The sharpest memories may soften, leaving behind the good moments and the dream you attach to them. You begin missing the idea of the relationship rather than its daily reality. This is when you must ask yourself whether you miss the person or the temporary feeling of being wanted. Do you miss how they treated you consistently, or do you miss the rare moments when they gave you what you had been waiting for? Do you miss the relationship, or do you miss having someone to think about? Do you want them back, or do you want relief from the emptiness their absence created? These questions protect you from confusing emotional withdrawal with true compatibility. When you stop receiving inconsistent attention, your mind may react as if something essential has been removed. You may experience restlessness, obsessive thoughts, and a strong desire to contact them. This does not automatically mean they were the love of your life. It may mean your mind became attached to an unpredictable cycle of hope, disappointment, distance, and reunion. When affection is inconsistent, every good moment can feel unusually intense. You become grateful for attention that should have been normal because you were deprived of it for so long. Their return creates relief, and your mind associates that relief with love. Eventually, the person who causes the anxiety also becomes the person you seek for comfort. This cycle can make detachment feel like withdrawal. You are not only releasing a person, you are releasing a familiar emotional rhythm. The silence feels strange because your mind had become accustomed to waiting. Peace feels empty because chaos gave you constant stimulation. A stable day may feel dull because there is no message to analyze, no mood to monitor, and no emotional emergency to solve. You must not mistake this emptiness for evidence that you made the wrong decision. The absence of chaos can initially feel like the absence of love, especially when you have lived inside emotional uncertainty for a long time. Give yourself time to become familiar with peace. Peace is not empty. It is simply quiet enough for you to hear everything the relationship once distracted you from. In the quiet, you may notice how lonely you had already become. You may recognize neglected dreams, unprocessed grief, damaged confidence, and an identity built around keeping another person close. These discoveries can be painful, but they are also the beginning of real healing. Many people chase relationships because relationships protect them from meeting themselves. As long as there is someone to fix, pursue, understand, or wait for, there is no time to examine the emptiness within. Chasing gives the mind a mission. It creates the illusion of movement, even when life has become emotionally stuck. You wake up thinking about how to improve the relationship rather than asking how to improve your own life. You use your energy to understand their silence instead of understanding your needs. You spend hours imagining the future with them, while your personal future remains unwritten. When the relationship ends, you may feel directionless because the chase had become your purpose. You believed you were fighting for love, but in reality, the fight had consumed the energy that could have been used to build a meaningful life. Healing means creating a purpose that does not depend on being chosen by another person. You must develop a life that remains valuable when no one is texting you, praising you, pursuing you, or promising you forever. This does not mean pretending that relationships do not matter. Love and connection are important, but they should become part of your life rather than the entire foundation of your identity. Ask yourself what you would create if you stopped waiting for someone to return. Ask what dreams could receive the energy you once spent analyzing their behavior. Ask what kind of person you could become if the hours spent worrying about rejection were redirected toward your growth. At first, the answers may not come easily. You may have ignored yourself for so long that your own desires feel unfamiliar. Begin with small acts of curiosity. Return to activities that once gave you joy. Explore interests that have nothing to do with romance. Spend time with people who make you feel grounded rather than anxious. Build routines that remind you that your days have value even when nobody is offering attention. Do not wait to feel motivated before rebuilding your life. Motivation often appears after movement begins. Take action while the heart is still heavy. Clean your space, complete a task, move your body, learn something, create something, or sit in silence without reaching for your phone. Each ordinary act becomes a message to your nervous system that life is continuing. Healing is often less dramatic than people imagine. It is not always a sudden breakthrough where you wake up and no longer care. It is often a series of quiet decisions that appear small but gradually change your identity. You choose not to check their profile. You resist sending the message. You remove reminders that keep the wound open. You allow one evening to pass without seeking information about them. Each time you do this, you prove that you can survive the feeling without returning to the source of the pain. You are rebuilding self-trust. Self-trust was damaged every time you ignored what you knew. You saw signs, felt discomfort, and recognized contradictions, yet you convinced yourself to remain. You set limits and then abandoned them. You promised yourself that the next betrayal would be the last, but accepted another apology. This can make you feel disappointed in yourself. You may believe you cannot trust your judgment because you stayed too long. But self-trust does not return through endless self-criticism. It returns when you begin keeping the promises you make now. Start with promises small enough to keep. Promise that you will not contact them today. Promise that you will not search for hidden messages in their online activity. Promise that you will spend 1 hour doing something that belongs entirely to your own future. Then keep that promise, even when your emotions become loud. Every kept promise repairs the relationship with yourself. You begin learning that when you say you will protect your peace, you mean it. When discomfort arrives, you do not abandon yourself to make it disappear. You remain present, compassionate, and steady. Eventually, you become less terrified of another person leaving because you know you will not leave yourself. This is the security you were searching for in someone else. You wanted their promise to stay because you had not yet made that promise to yourself. The promise to yourself does not mean you will never feel lonely or afraid. It means you will not use loneliness as a reason to accept disrespect. It means you will not silence your instincts to maintain attachment. It means you will not sacrifice your identity for temporary reassurance. You will stay with yourself through rejection. You will remain on your own side during heartbreak. You will not speak to yourself with the same cruelty you tolerated from others. You will become the safe place you kept begging someone else to provide. This does not remove the desire for healthy love. It changes the way you search for it. When you trust yourself, you no longer approach relationships from desperation. You stop asking whether someone will choose you and begin observing whether they are capable of participating in the kind of relationship you want. You stop performing to become desirable. You speak honestly and allow the other person to respond to who you truly are. You understand that compatibility cannot be discovered while you are hiding your needs. If you must pretend to be less emotional, less ambitious, less independent, or less honest to keep someone interested, then they are not connecting with you. They are connecting with the version you created to avoid rejection. The goal of love is not to become impossible to leave. No person can guarantee that another will never change, withdraw, or choose a different direction. The goal is to become so connected to yourself that you do not destroy your identity, trying to prevent an ending. You cannot control whether someone stays, but you can control what you are willing to sacrifice to keep them. You can decide that your dignity, voice, peace, and values are no longer negotiable. This is where boundaries become more than rules for other people. Boundaries become promises you make to yourself about what you will do when certain behavior occurs. You cannot force someone to communicate, but you can decide not to remain in a relationship where silence is used as punishment. You cannot force honesty, but you can remove yourself when deception becomes a pattern. A boundary is not, "You must change." A boundary is, "If this continues, I will protect myself by changing my participation." This distinction restores your power. You stop waiting for the other person to become different before you can feel safe. You become responsible for your own access, time, and emotional investment. People may resist your boundaries, especially if they were comfortable with the version of you who had none. They may accuse you of being cold, selfish, difficult, or unforgiving. They may remind you of all the times you accepted the same behavior in the past. Do not let your previous tolerance become a permanent contract. You are allowed to outgrow what you once accepted. You are allowed to realize that your patience was damaging you. You are allowed to change your mind when new understanding arrives. Growth often disappoints people who benefited from your self-abandonment. Their disappointment does not mean you are wrong. It may mean the relationship depended on you having fewer limits than you now need. The wounded part of you may fear that boundaries will make you unlovable. It may whisper that if you ask for too much, everyone will leave. This fear can make you lower standards before anyone has even challenged them. You begin preparing to abandon yourself before the relationship has begun. You must teach yourself that the people who leave because you require respect are not losses you should prevent. A boundary may reduce the number of people who gain access to you, but it improves the quality of those connections. Without boundaries, you may be surrounded yet still feel deeply alone because people are connected to what you provide rather than who you are. With boundaries, some relationships may disappear, but the ones that remain have the opportunity to become honest. You do not need every person to approve of you. You need relationships where you can exist without constantly managing another person's perception. You need people who do not punish honesty, mock vulnerability, or withdraw affection whenever you express a need. A healthy connection should not require you to become emotionally invisible. The part of you that begs to be chosen often believes having someone is better than having no one. It views loneliness as proof of failure. It compares your life to others and convinces you that any relationship is better than an empty space. But an empty space can be protected, peaceful, and full of possibility. The wrong person does not simply occupy space. They influence the way you think, sleep, work, trust, and see yourself. They can turn a peaceful life into a constant emotional investigation. Being alone may feel quiet, but being unseen beside someone can feel far lonelier. In solitude, At least you are free to care for yourself honestly. In a one-sided relationship, you may spend every day pretending the loneliness does not exist, because admitting it would force you to confront the truth. Do not fear temporary loneliness so much that you create permanent self-neglect. Loneliness is a feeling, not a final destination. It can become a season of rebuilding. It can teach you which relationships you are using to escape yourself. It can help you discover what genuinely comforts you, what matters to you, and what kind of life feels meaningful. You must learn how to sit with yourself without turning silence into an emergency. This may feel uncomfortable in the beginning. You may immediately reach for your phone, search for distractions, or imagine contacting the person again. Stay a little longer. Listen to the thoughts beneath the discomfort. Perhaps you are afraid that nobody else will come. Perhaps you believe the best connection of your life is behind you. Perhaps you worry that leaving means you will never experience love again. These fears are not predictions. They are the language of grief. Grief speaks in permanent words. It says always, never, everyone, and nobody. It tells you that because one person failed to choose you, nobody ever will. It tells you that because the relationship ended, every dream attached to it must also end. Do not build your future according to the vocabulary of a wounded moment. The truth is that you do not know who you will meet, what you will learn, or how much your life can change. You have not yet experienced every person who may understand you, every place where you may belong, or every version of yourself that will emerge after healing. Your current pain cannot accurately describe your entire future. There may be days when hope feels impossible. On those days, do not force yourself to believe in a perfect future. Simply believe in the next step. Believe that you can survive today without returning. Believe that one difficult night will pass. Believe that feelings change, even when they feel permanent. You do not need to see the entire path before moving forward. You only need to stop walking backward. The path of healing will include setbacks. You may check their profile after promising not to. You may answer a message, reread an old conversation, or spend an evening imagining what they are doing. Do not turn one mistake into a reason to completely abandon your progress. Perfection is not required for healing. Awareness is. Notice what happened, what emotion triggered the behavior, and what you can do differently next time. Speak to yourself as you would speak to someone you love. One difficult moment does not erase every boundary you kept or every day you moved forward. The old part of you may believe that because you made one mistake, you have failed completely. This belief can send you back into the cycle. You say, I already answered, so perhaps I should meet them. I already checked their profile, so perhaps I have not healed at all. This is the language of all or nothing thinking. Healing is not destroyed by one step backward. Pause, correct your direction, and continue. You are learning a new emotional way of living. For years, chasing may have been your automatic response to fear. You cannot expect that pattern to disappear without resistance. Every time you respond differently, you weaken it. When anxiety says, contact them, and you choose to wait, the pattern weakens. When loneliness says, accept whatever they offer, and you choose your standard, the pattern weakens. When rejection says, prove your worth, and you refuse to perform, the pattern weakens. Eventually, what once required enormous effort becomes natural. You stop being attracted to people who make you question your place. You no longer see their unavailability as a challenge. You recognize it as information. This is one of the clearest signs of healing. You stop trying to convince unavailable people that you are worth availability. Before healing, inconsistency may have increased your desire. Their distance activated the part of you that wanted to win. You saw emotional unavailability as a locked door and believed your love could become the key. After healing, the locked door no longer excites you. You understand that love is not proven by your ability to enter spaces where you are not welcomed. You recognize that closed doors are often instructions, not invitations. You stop romanticizing difficult people. You stop calling their inability to communicate mysterious. You stop believing that their wounds make your suffering more meaningful. You can have compassion without volunteering to become part of their damage. This shift protects you from becoming a rescuer. Rescuers often believe they are expressing love, but beneath the love can be a hidden need to become necessary. If someone needs you deeply, perhaps they will never leave. If you become their safest person, their source of comfort, or the one who understands them better than anyone else, perhaps you will finally feel secure. But being needed is not the same as being loved. Someone may depend on your support while remaining unwilling to commit to you. They may seek you during difficult moments and disappear when they feel better. They may value your ability to repair their emotions while ignoring your own emotional needs. You cannot build a mutual relationship by becoming someone's unpaid healer. You can support people, but you cannot take responsibility for their transformation. They must participate in their own growth. When you repeatedly rescue someone from the consequences of their choices, you may unintentionally protect the behavior that hurts you. You forgive before accountability, comfort them after they wound you, and remain available while they continue avoiding change. Your compassion becomes a cushion that prevents them from feeling the full impact of their decisions. This does not mean becoming cruel. It means understanding that love sometimes allows consequences to remain. You are not obligated to protect someone from the discomfort created by losing access to you. Their sadness after you leave does not mean you should return. Their loneliness does not become your responsibility. Their regret does not create a debt you must repay with another chance. You may care deeply and still stay away. This can be difficult when you have built your identity around being the person who never gives up. You may believe loyalty requires you to remain through every disappointment. You may fear that walking away makes your love less genuine, but loyalty without discernment can become a form of self-harm. You were not placed in another person's life to absorb unlimited damage while calling it devotion. Love is not measured by how much pain you can survive. Sometimes the most loving decision is refusing to participate in a cycle that keeps both people emotionally unhealthy. Your return may comfort them temporarily while allowing them to avoid growth. Your absence may become the first situation they cannot escape through another apology. Whether they learn from it is their choice. Your choice is to stop making their development more important than your peace. The part of you that begs to be chosen may resist this because it believes leaving means losing. It believes the person who stays longest proves the greatest love. But staying is not always strength, and leaving is not always failure. Sometimes staying means being afraid to face grief. Sometimes leaving means trusting yourself enough to survive it. Grief has an ending, even when it does not feel like it. A destructive cycle can continue for years because each return resets the pain without resolving it. You are not avoiding pain by staying. You are choosing repeated pain over temporary grief. Temporary grief is difficult, but it moves, it changes shape, it becomes less sharp. Repeated disappointment remains active because the wound is reopened every time the same pattern returns. Choose the pain that leads somewhere. Choose the pain of releasing what cannot love you properly over the pain of repeatedly proving that your needs matter. Choose the loneliness that gives you space to rebuild over the companionship that makes you feel invisible. The pain of healing asks something from you, but it also gives something back. It gives wisdom, self-trust, boundaries, and freedom. The pain of chasing only asks for more. You must stop measuring love by how much you are willing to endure. Measure it by how much truth, safety, respect, and responsibility it contains. A healthy relationship may still include conflict, disappointment, and difficult seasons. Two imperfect people will sometimes misunderstand each other. The difference is that healthy love moves toward repair. Both people care about the damage. Both people are willing to examine themselves. Both people understand that maintaining the connection is a shared responsibility. You should not have to force every conversation, carry every apology, and design every solution. Mutual love does not make one person responsible for all emotional movement. It does not leave one person begging while the other decides how much effort to provide. When you heal, you stop entering relationships prepared to overfunction. You allow people to reveal their natural level of effort. You do not immediately fill every silence, solve every problem, or carry every emotional burden. This may feel uncomfortable because you are accustomed to proving your value through usefulness. You may fear that if you stop doing everything, the connection will collapse. Let it reveal itself. If the relationship cannot survive without you carrying both sides, then the collapse gives you information. It does not mean you should carry more. It means there was never enough mutual investment to begin with. You do not need to keep relationships alive simply because endings hurt. Some endings protect the future from becoming more painful. The healed version of you will understand that not everyone you love is meant to remain close. Some people enter your life to reveal a wound, challenge a belief, or teach you what you can no longer accept. Their role may be important without being permanent. Trying to make every meaningful connection last forever creates unnecessary suffering. Value does not always require permanence. A relationship can change you, teach you, and still need to end. The lesson does not disappear because the person does. You can honor what was beautiful without continuing what became destructive. You can appreciate the good memories without using them as evidence that you should return. You can admit that the connection mattered and still decide that it no longer belongs in your present. This is emotional complexity. You no longer need to label the entire relationship as perfect or terrible. You can hold multiple truths. They may have cared, but not consistently. They may have loved you, but lacked the maturity to protect that love. The relationship may have contained joy, but also caused damage you can no longer ignore. You do not need to deny the good to justify leaving. The painful pattern is enough. Sometimes people remain because they believe leaving requires proving that the other person is completely bad. They search for a final betrayal that will make the decision obvious. Until then, they keep minimizing the smaller wounds. But someone does not have to be evil to be unhealthy for you. A person can be kind in many situations and still be emotionally unsafe in a relationship. They can have good intentions and still cause repeated harm. Your decision does not require a villain. It requires honesty. Honesty asks whether you can continue living this way. Honesty asks what the relationship is doing to your confidence, nervous system, and sense of self. Honesty pays attention to the person you are becoming. If you are constantly anxious, suspicious, exhausted, and afraid to speak, something important is being lost. Even if the relationship looks acceptable from the outside, your internal experience matters. You do not need other people to approve of your pain before protecting yourself. Friends and family may see only certain moments. They may remember the charming version of the person or encourage you to be patient because they do not understand the complete pattern. Your life cannot be governed by outsiders who do not live with the emotional consequences. Listen to wise advice, but do not use public opinion to silence what you know. The wounded part of you may seek permission to leave because it is afraid of being judged. You want someone to confirm that your reason is serious enough, but only you know how many times your peace disappeared, how many conversations went nowhere, and how much of yourself you sacrificed. Give yourself permission. You are allowed to leave because you no longer feel emotionally safe. You are allowed to leave because the relationship requires constant self-betrayal. You are allowed to leave because the same wound keeps returning despite repeated conversations. You do not need to wait until you hate them. You can leave while love remains. This may be one of the most painful forms of maturity. Hatred would make the decision easier, but love can remain even after compatibility, safety, and trust have disappeared. Your heart may still care, yet your wisdom knows the relationship cannot continue. Do not force the heart to stop loving before you protect it. Protection can begin while feelings are still present. You may cry after setting the boundary. You may miss them after choosing distance. You may question yourself even when you know the decision was necessary. None of this proves that you should return. Correct decisions can still hurt. Many people assume peace will arrive immediately after leaving, but sometimes the first stage of peace feels like grief because chaos had become familiar. You are separating from a person, an identity, a routine, and a future you imagined. Give yourself permission to mourn all of it. Mourn the person they were during the best moments. Mourn the person you hoped they would become. Mourn the future you created in your mind. Mourn the version of yourself who invested so deeply. Grief is not weakness. It is the process through which the heart releases what the mind has already accepted. Do not rush this process by entering another relationship immediately. A new person cannot heal the wound created by your disconnection from yourself. They may distract you temporarily, but unhealed patterns often follow into the new connection. You may compare, fear abandonment, test the new person, or become attracted to someone who recreates the same uncertainty. Without reflection, you can change the face while repeating the relationship. Use the space after the ending to learn yourself. Ask what you ignored, why you ignored it, and what you will do differently. Examine the moments when you betrayed your own instincts. Notice the beliefs that kept you there. Perhaps you believed nobody else would love you. Perhaps you feared starting again. Perhaps you were attached to the time already invested. Perhaps you confused forgiveness with obligation. Bring these beliefs into the light. A hidden belief controls you more easily than one you have examined. Challenge the belief that nobody else will love you. Even if you cannot guarantee when another relationship will appear, being alone is not worse than being repeatedly harmed. Your worth does not become dependent on immediate replacement. Challenge the belief that starting again means failure. Starting again can mean you finally respect your remaining time enough not to waste it. Challenge the belief that your investment requires continuation. Past time is already gone. Giving more will not return it. Challenge the belief that forgiveness means access. You can forgive someone internally while deciding that trust cannot be restored. Every belief you challenge creates more space between you and the old pattern. You begin seeing that the relationship did not hold all your power. Your fear did. Once you examine the fear, it becomes less capable of directing your choices. The fear of being alone says you will not survive, but you have survived loneliness before. The fear of regret says you may lose something valuable, but you already know the cost of staying. The fear that they will change for someone else says your effort was wasted, but another person receiving a different version of them does not mean you deserved the earlier one. Their future growth does not rewrite your past experience. They may become better after losing you. They may enter another relationship and behave differently. This can hurt because you wanted to receive the version of them you kept waiting for, but your worth is not measured by which stage of their life you encountered. Sometimes people learn only after consequences become permanent. You may have been part of the lesson that prepared them to change, but this does not mean you were meant to stay until the transformation arrived. You are not required to suffer indefinitely because someone may eventually grow. Their improvement with another person does not mean you lacked something. It may mean timing, maturity, consequence, and life experience finally forced them to confront themselves. Their growth belongs to their journey. Do not turn someone else's future into another reason to reject yourself. The healed part of you understands that being chosen is not always victory. Being chosen by someone incapable of healthy love can become a long emotional sentence. Rejection from the wrong person can protect you more than acceptance ever could. You have spent too long treating acceptance as proof of worth. Now you must ask what kind of acceptance is being offered. Are you being chosen completely, or chosen when convenient? Are you being loved as a whole person, or valued for the support you provide? Not every invitation deserves a yes. Not every return deserves access. Not every expression of desire is evidence of respect. Someone can want you without being ready for you. They can be attracted to you without being able to care for you. They can miss you without possessing the maturity required to build a stable relationship. Desire is not enough. Your future requires character. Character is revealed through consistency, responsibility, honesty, and the ability to care about another person's experience even when doing so is uncomfortable. It appears in ordinary moments, not only during dramatic apologies. The healed version of you will stop becoming impressed by temporary intensity. You will watch what happens after excitement fades. You will notice whether the person remains respectful when disappointed, whether they communicate during conflict, and whether they can admit mistakes without turning themselves into the victim. You will understand that charm can create attraction, but character creates safety. This wisdom is one of the gifts hidden inside your pain. You now know how confusion feels. You know how easy it is to become addicted to potential. You know the cost of ignoring patterns because chemistry feels powerful. Do not waste this knowledge by repeating the same choices. The goal is not to become suspicious of everyone. Suspicion closes the heart, but discernment keeps the heart open while requiring evidence. You can allow connection to develop without handing over your entire emotional world immediately. Let trust grow slowly. Let consistency become visible. Let people earn access to the parts of you that were once given too quickly. You do not need to reveal everything to create intimacy. Real intimacy develops through mutual vulnerability over time. When you share deeply with someone before trust has been established, you may feel connected faster than the relationship is actually secure. The feeling of being understood can create attachment, but attachment is not always evidence of compatibility. Move slowly enough to observe. The part of you that begs to be chosen may want immediate certainty. It may rush into closeness because being wanted feels relieving. You must learn to tolerate the natural uncertainty of getting to know someone without turning it into another chase. Healthy uncertainty is different from manipulative confusion. In a new connection, both people may need time, but their communication remains honest. They do not intentionally withdraw to increase your desire. They do not make promises they cannot support. Allow people time to reveal themselves while continuing to live your own life. Do not reorganize your identity around a person you have only begun to know. Keep your routines, friendships, goals, and standards. A relationship should enter your life, not replace it. This protects you from creating dependence before mutual trust exists. When your life remains full, you are less likely to accept poor treatment simply because you fear returning to emptiness. Build a life that feels meaningful enough that a relationship must improve it rather than rescue it. You are not waiting for someone to arrive and begin your life. Your life is already happening. Every day spent waiting to feel complete is a day you could have lived with greater presence. Completion does not mean never needing anyone. It means you do not view another person as the missing proof that your existence matters. You welcome love, but you do not beg it to save you from yourself. This transformation takes time. There will be moments when the old need returns. You may feel overlooked, compare yourself to others, or wonder why someone else appears to receive the love you wanted. When comparison enters, remember that you are seeing the outside of another person's story. You do not know the full reality behind what appears perfect. More importantly, another person being chosen does not mean you are being rejected by life. Love is not a limited prize awarded to the most deserving person. Someone else's relationship does not remove your possibility. Do not rush toward the wrong person because someone else reached a milestone before you. Your timing is not evidence of your worth. The part of you that begs to be chosen may also seek validation through attention from many people. After one rejection, you may want to prove your desirability by collecting interest. This can temporarily soothe the ego, but it does not heal the deeper wound. External attention is unstable. It rises and falls according to trends, appearance, availability, and other people's preferences. If your self-worth depends on constant admiration, silence will always frighten you. Build a form of worth that remains when nobody is watching. This worth comes from integrity. It grows when your actions match your values, when you keep promises, speak honestly, treat others well, and refuse to betray yourself for approval. Integrity creates a quieter confidence than attention. It does not need to be announced. It allows you to walk away from people who refuse to value you because your identity is not being decided inside their mind. You know who you are. This does not mean you never doubt yourself. It means doubt no longer sends you running toward people who benefit from your insecurity. When someone fails to choose you, you allow the disappointment, but refuse to turn it into a verdict. You understand that people choose according to their capacity, desires, wounds, timing, and values. Their decision may say something about compatibility without saying anything final about your worth. This is freedom from personalization. Not everything is a judgment against you. Sometimes someone is emotionally unavailable to everyone. Sometimes their life direction is different. Sometimes the connection is not right. Even if both people are good, you do not need to become angry every time someone cannot offer what you want. You only need to respond with honesty. If they cannot choose you, you stop chasing. If they cannot communicate, you stop translating silence. If they cannot meet you with equal effort, you stop carrying the distance alone. You respect their choice and protect your own heart. This is what it means to stop begging. Begging is not always spoken. Sometimes it appears through endless availability, repeated forgiveness, lowering expectations, or staying close while pretending you need nothing. You stop begging when your behavior begins agreeing with your worth. You stop begging when you walk away from inconsistency instead of trying to become more desirable. You stop begging when you no longer use your pain to persuade someone to care. You stop begging when your standards remain even in the presence of strong feelings. The heart may still whisper, "Please choose me," but your actions answer, "I choose myself too much to remain here." This is not ego. Ego says, "Everyone must want me." Self-respect says, "Not everyone will want me, and I will not destroy myself trying to change their mind." Ego needs victory over the other person. Self-respect needs peace within yourself. You do not need to become unforgettable. You do not need them to regret losing you. You do not need to prove that nobody will love them the way you did. These desires keep your identity connected to their future. As long as you are waiting for regret, you are still asking them to confirm your value. Let them move forward according to their choices. Your healing does not need to become their punishment. The greatest release occurs when you no longer need to be the lesson they remember forever. You no longer imagine their sadness as evidence that you mattered. You know you mattered because you experienced your own sincerity. What you gave was real, even if they failed to honor it. Your kindness does not become meaningless because it was placed in careless hands. Your loyalty remains part of your character. Take those qualities back and offer them with greater wisdom in the future. Do not become ashamed of your ability to love. Become more selective about where that love is invested. A painful relationship may tempt you to become emotionally closed. You may decide that nobody will ever receive the version of you that gave so much. But allowing one person's carelessness to destroy your softness gives the experience more power than it deserves. Protect your softness with boundaries rather than burying it beneath bitterness. Bitterness may feel strong because it prevents vulnerability, but it also prevents the connection you may truly want. You do not need to trust everyone. You need to trust yourself to observe, respond, and leave when necessary. Self-trust allows the heart to remain open because you know openness no longer means helplessness. You can love again without promising to tolerate everything. You can forgive without repeating. You can care without carrying another person's entire emotional life. This is balanced love. Balanced love does not make you disappear. It allows two complete people to share life without demanding that one becomes smaller. It includes compromise, but not constant self-sacrifice. It requires patience, but not endless waiting for basic respect. The healed version of you will recognize that love should not require constant proof. You will not measure devotion by pain. You will pay attention to peace. Peace may feel less exciting at first. If you are used to chaos, secure love may not create the same emotional highs. There may be no dramatic disappearance followed by an intense reunion. There may be no uncertainty to obsess over. Do not mistake calmness for a lack of connection. Sometimes calmness is the feeling of finally being safe. You may need to retrain your understanding of attraction. Instead of being drawn only to intensity, become interested in consistency. Notice how it feels when someone follows through, communicates clearly, and respects your boundaries. At first, your nervous system may not recognize this as passion because it is not being forced into survival mode. Give healthy connection time to become familiar. You are not trying to remove excitement from love. You are removing fear from the center of it. Love can be passionate without making you beg. It can be deep without being destructive. It can challenge you while still protecting your dignity. But before you can recognize this love, you must stop calling pain proof of depth. Some relationships feel intense because they activate old wounds, not because they represent destiny. The feeling of familiarity may come from a pattern your body has experienced before. You may say, "I have never felt this strongly," when what you are feeling is a combination of attraction, anxiety, hope, and fear. Strong feeling does not automatically mean wise connection. Ask whether the relationship supports the person you want to become. Does it help you feel honest, calm, focused, and respected? Or does it make you obsessive, fearful, distracted, and uncertain? A relationship can feel powerful while weakening your life. The healed part of you looks beyond emotion and examines impact. This does not mean making love cold or analytical. It means honoring both heart and wisdom. Your heart identifies connection, while wisdom determines whether the connection is safe enough to continue. You need both. A heart without wisdom may chase anything that feels intense. Wisdom without heart may avoid every risk. Together, they create discernment. Discernment says, "I feel strongly, but I will still observe." It says, "I care, but I will not ignore the pattern." It says, "I hope, but I will not build my life on promises unsupported by action." This is how you prevent hope from becoming self-deception. Hope should be connected to evidence. When someone is changing, you should see responsibility, consistency, and effort. You should not have to imagine the entire transformation on their behalf. You spent too much time loving potential. From now on, love reality. Reality may be less dramatic than fantasy, but it is the only place where a relationship can truly exist. A future imagined with someone means nothing if their present behavior keeps damaging you. Plans are not commitment. Promises are not character. Chemistry is not compatibility. You must become loyal to what is, not what could be. This loyalty to reality may require grieving. When the fantasy disappears, you realize how much of the relationship existed in your hope. You were waiting for the next chapter, while the current chapter kept repeating. Grieve the unwritten future. Grieve the person you believed they would become. Then return to the life that actually exists. Your actual life contains time that still belongs to you. It contains dreams that have not been destroyed, people who care, strengths you forgot, and opportunities that cannot reach you while you remain emotionally facing backward. Turn around. Healing asks you to stop waiting for the past to produce a different ending. You cannot return and become more lovable, more patient, or more understanding enough to change what happened. The lesson is complete. Your responsibility is not to rewrite it. Your responsibility is to live differently because of it. Live in a way that tells your wounded self, "We no longer chase people who create uncertainty." Live in a way that proves your standards are not temporary emotions. Live in a way that protects the future version of you from repeating the same exhaustion. There may still be a voice asking whether you gave up too soon. When that voice appears, remember how long you tried. Remember the conversations, chances, forgiveness, and compromises. Leaving after repeated effort is not giving up too quickly. It is accepting that effort without mutual participation cannot build what you need. You cannot keep calling repetition patience. Patience waits while something grows. Self-abandonment waits while nothing changes. Know the difference. Growth may be slow, but it is visible. A person who is genuinely trying may make mistakes, yet they take responsibility and continue moving forward. A person who is preserving the cycle apologizes only when consequences appear and returns to the same behavior once comfort is restored. Do not judge growth by words spoken during panic. Judge it by behavior maintained during ordinary days. The wounded part of you may want to believe every apology because believing protects you from grief. But grief delayed becomes pain repeated. Choose the truth, even when the truth creates an ending. Endings are not always evidence that something went wrong. Sometimes an ending is what finally goes right. It stops the cycle. It creates space. It gives both people the opportunity to face what continued closeness allowed them to avoid. You may have begged for the relationship to continue because you thought losing it would destroy you. Yet as time passes, you may discover that what was being destroyed was your ability to recognize yourself. The ending did not remove your life. It returned it. Now you must decide what to do with that return. Do not spend your freedom waiting for them to knock again. Do not turn distance into a strategy designed to create regret. Use the space to become present in your own existence. You do not need to transform into someone more successful, attractive, or powerful so they will realize their mistake. Improve because your life deserves your effort. A transformation built around revenge remains emotionally connected to the person who hurt you. They are still the audience. Their regret is still the goal. Remove the audience. Let your healing become private, honest, and yours. Build a life that would still satisfy you even if they never saw it. Become proud of yourself without imagining their reaction. This is when you truly stop begging. You no longer beg directly for love, and you no longer beg indirectly for regret. You release the need for their mind to hold a favorable image of you. They may misunderstand you, blame you, or tell a version of the story that protects them. Let them. Your peace cannot depend on controlling someone else's interpretation. People see events through the level of honesty they are capable of carrying. Someone unwilling to face their behavior may need to make you the problem. Correcting their story may become another endless attempt to receive validation. You know what you experienced. You know what you tried. Let that knowledge become enough. This inner certainty is not arrogance. It does not mean believing you did everything perfectly. You can acknowledge your mistakes without accepting responsibility for everything. Perhaps you overreacted at times, spoke from fear, or became emotionally dependent. Take responsibility where it belongs. Apologize where appropriate. Learn what you must, but do not use your imperfections to excuse someone else's pattern. Two people can both make mistakes, yet one may still be carrying most of the emotional responsibility. Your errors do not erase what happened to you. Healing includes honest self-reflection without self-erasure. You look at your behavior because you want growth, not because you want another reason to prove you are unworthy. You ask what you can improve while remembering that another person's choices remain their responsibility. This balanced accountability prevents you from moving into victimhood or self-blame. You are neither completely powerless nor responsible for everything. You were affected, but you can respond. You were hurt, but you can heal. You made choices, and you can make new ones. Your future is not trapped inside your past pattern. The part of you that once begged to be chosen can become the part that chooses wisely. The sensitivity that once made you vulnerable to inconsistency can become awareness. The loyalty that kept you trapped can become commitment to your own values. Nothing inside you needs to be destroyed. It needs to be redirected. Redirect your loyalty toward people who reciprocate. Redirect your patience toward your healing. Redirect your hope toward the future. Redirect your attention toward the life you are building. The energy you spent trying to become enough for someone can now be used to remember that you already were. You were enough before the relationship. You were enough during every moment they failed to see you clearly. You remained enough when they walked away. Being enough does not mean being perfect or compatible with everyone. It means your humanity deserves dignity, regardless of another person's preference. You do not need to become smaller when someone cannot hold your depth. You need to recognize the mismatch. The person may be unable to meet you emotionally, not because you are too much, but because their capacity is limited. Water is not wrong for being deep, because someone only knows how to stand in shallow places. Do not empty yourself to become easier for them. The right relationship will still require communication and compromise, but it will not ask you to remove essential parts of your identity. You will not need to pretend that neglect does not hurt, or that uncertainty feels romantic. You will be allowed to be honest. Before that relationship arrives, practice honesty with yourself. Admit when something is not enough. Admit when you feel lonely, angry, afraid, or disappointed. You cannot protect needs you refuse to name. The old version of you may have hidden needs to appear independent. You told yourself that you did not need reassurance, consistency, or clarity because requesting those things made you feel vulnerable. Then your unmet needs emerged through anxiety, resentment, or overthinking. Needs do not disappear when ignored. They find other ways to speak. There is no shame in needing communication, affection, reliability, and emotional presence. The goal is not to become someone who needs nothing. The goal is to choose people whose capacities and values are compatible with what you need. At the same time, another person cannot become responsible for regulating every emotion you experience. Healing requires learning to comfort yourself so that needs can be expressed without becoming demands for constant rescue. You can ask for reassurance while remaining capable of surviving uncertainty. You can desire closeness without making distance a catastrophe. You can love someone deeply while maintaining your own identity. This balance is the foundation of secure connection. Security begins inside the promise that whatever happens, you will remain honest, attentive, and protective toward yourself. You will not ignore danger to avoid loneliness. You will not become silent to avoid conflict. You will not confuse another person's presence with your survival. When you know you can survive an ending, you become more honest inside relationships. You no longer agree with everything out of fear. You can express disappointment, because losing yourself feels more dangerous than losing someone who refuses to hear you. This honesty improves healthy relationships and exposes unhealthy ones. A caring person will engage with your truth, even when the conversation is uncomfortable. A controlling person will punish you for no longer being easy to manage. Either way, honesty gives you information. You spent too long trying to be chosen. Now let people reveal whether they deserve to be chosen by you. This is not about becoming superior or demanding perfection. It is about remembering that choice moves in both directions. You are not standing before another person waiting for a verdict. You are observing too. Do they have the emotional maturity to communicate? Do their actions match their words? Do they respect boundaries? Are they curious about your inner world, or mainly interested in what you provide? You are not an applicant for love. You are a participant deciding whether a shared future is wise. This shift removes desperation. When you believe any person who shows interest may be your last opportunity, you will tolerate too much. When you understand that a relationship must meet real standards, you become willing to walk away from attention that lacks substance. Attention is common. Respect is rarer. Words are easy. Consistency requires character. Do not trade your peace for attention merely because it arrives when you feel lonely. The healed version of you can appreciate interest without immediately attaching meaning to it. You allow time to reveal intention. You do not build a future around a few beautiful conversations. You stay present. This protects you from loving the story more than the person. The mind creates stories quickly. A small connection becomes imagined commitment. One act of kindness becomes proof of destiny. You begin emotionally investing in a future the other person has never agreed to build. When reality fails to match the story, you feel rejected by a promise that existed mainly inside your imagination. Slow down enough to separate what is happening from what you hope will happen. Ask what has actually been offered. Look at behavior, communication, and consistency. Do not fill empty spaces with fantasy. You do not need to become cynical. You simply need to allow reality to earn your hope. Hope grounded in evidence is beautiful. Hope that ignores evidence becomes a trap. The part of you that once begged for love may need time to trust this new way of living. It may miss the intensity, the drama, and the sense of purpose that chasing created. Be patient with the adjustment. You are teaching yourself that love does not need to hurt to feel meaningful. You are learning that peace is not boredom. You are discovering that being wanted consistently can feel quieter than being wanted only after someone fears losing you. Quiet does not mean weak. The deepest forms of care often appear in ordinary consistency. Someone remembers what matters to you. They communicate when plans change. They apologize without being forced. They protect trust in small daily choices. This may not create the emotional rush of an unpredictable reunion, but it creates something more valuable: safety. You deserve a love where safety is not something you earn after surviving pain. Until then, become safe for yourself. Do not drag yourself back toward what hurt you whenever loneliness appears. Do not abandon your boundaries when someone offers temporary affection. Do not speak to yourself as if your past mistakes make you undeserving of a better future. Hold your own hand through the discomfort. Tell the wounded part of you, I know you are afraid. I know you want to be chosen, but we will not beg anymore. We will not trade our dignity for temporary reassurance. We will not call confusion love simply because being alone feels difficult. Repeat this through actions, not only words. Every time you choose rest over rumination, you are choosing yourself. Every time you protect a boundary, you are choosing yourself. Every time you accept reality, instead of chasing potential, you are choosing yourself. At first, these decisions may feel like losses because the old pattern associated self-abandonment with connection. Over time, they will feel like home. Home is not a person who can leave at any moment. Home is the relationship you build with yourself, the place inside where you are no longer begging for permission to exist fully. From that home, you can welcome others without making them your entire shelter. You can love them while remembering who you are. You can allow closeness without surrendering your voice. If they leave, you will grieve, but you will not become homeless within yourself. This is the deepest freedom. You no longer need someone to choose you, so you can feel real. You no longer need their regret to feel valuable. You no longer need the relationship to continue, so the love you gave can have meaning. You gave sincerely. You learned deeply. Now you move forward wisely. The part of you that begged was not foolish. It was searching for safety with the only methods it understood. Thank that version of yourself for surviving. Then teach it a new way. Teach it that love can be received without performance. Teach it that rejection can be survived without humiliation. Teach it that boundaries do not destroy healthy love, they reveal it. Teach it that choosing yourself does not mean rejecting connection. It means refusing connection that requires your disappearance. One day, you will meet a situation that once would have triggered the chase. Someone will become inconsistent, uncertain, or unavailable. The old fear may briefly rise, but something different will happen. Instead of trying harder, you will become still. You will observe. You will ask for clarity once, and if clarity is not offered, you will accept the answer hidden inside the pattern. You will walk away without writing paragraphs designed to change their mind. You will not lower your standards, compete for attention, or wait for them to recognize your absence. You will feel disappointment, but beneath it, there will be peace because you did not abandon yourself. That is when you will know the wound is healing. Healing is not never feeling rejected. Healing is no longer rejecting yourself when someone else cannot choose you. Healing is not becoming impossible to hurt. It is becoming unwilling to remain where hurt becomes a permanent language. Healing is not never missing anyone. It is understanding that missing someone does not create an obligation to return. Healing is the moment your love for yourself becomes stronger than your urge to chase what is leaving. You have spent enough of your life asking, "Why was I not chosen?" Begin asking, "Why did I believe another person's choice had the power to define me?" Their choice was never the final truth about you. It was one human decision made from the limits of their own capacity, timing, wounds, and desires. Do not turn one person's inability to hold your heart into evidence that your heart was too heavy. Your heart was simply placed where it could not be carried responsibly. Take it back. Do not harden it. Heal it. Protect it. And when you offer it again, make sure you are not the only person holding the relationship together. Let love meet you. Let effort return to you. Let clarity replace confusion. Let consistency become more attractive than intensity. Most importantly, let the wounded part of you finally rest. It has spent years performing, waiting, proving, and begging. Tell it that the chase is over. Tell it that it no longer needs to convince reluctant people. Tell it that losing someone will never again require losing itself. The final healing does not happen when they come back and choose you. It happens when they could return with every word you once wanted to hear, and you are still able to ask whether their presence deserves a place in the life you rebuilt. It happens when attention no longer blinds you to character, when loneliness no longer negotiates your standards, and when hope no longer silences truth. It happens when you stop asking another person to save the part of you that only your own love, honesty, and courage can heal. You wanted them to choose you because you believed their choice would finally make you whole, but you were never incomplete. You were disconnected from yourself. Now the connection is returning. Your voice is returning. Your standards are returning. Your dreams are returning. Your ability to trust your own decisions is returning. Do not trade this return for someone who only remembers your value when you begin walking away. The part of you that begged to be chosen has carried enough pain. Let it become quiet. Let it understand that it is safe now. You are here. You are listening. And this time, you will not abandon yourself. Chapter 7. Choose yourself so completely that you never beg again. There comes a final stage in healing when you stop focusing on the person who failed to choose you and begin facing the person you became while waiting for them. This stage is not about anger, revenge, proving them wrong, or creating a life so impressive that they regret losing you. It is about something quieter and far more powerful. It is about choosing yourself so completely that another person's uncertainty can no longer turn your life into a waiting room. For a long time, you may have believed choosing yourself meant giving up on love. You may have thought protecting your heart would make you selfish, distant, or incapable of deep connection. You confused self-respect with pride because you had been taught that love means giving endlessly, forgiving repeatedly, and staying even when staying requires you to disappear. You believed the strongest person was the one who could tolerate the most pain without leaving. But there is nothing noble about remaining in a place where your dignity must continuously be sacrificed. There is nothing loving about teaching another person that they can ignore your needs and still receive your loyalty. There is nothing brave about repeatedly returning to what breaks you simply because loneliness frightens you. Real courage begins when you accept that some people will never choose you in the way you hoped, and you decide that their refusal will no longer become your reason to reject yourself. Choosing yourself does not mean believing you are better than everyone else. It means recognizing that you are responsible for the life, heart, mind, and future placed in your care. It means understanding that you cannot continue handing your emotional safety to people who have already shown that they do not know how to protect it. You may love them, but you are responsible for you. You may understand their wounds, but you are responsible for you. You may wish they would change, but you are responsible for you. You may remember the beautiful moments, the promises, the laughter, and the connection that once felt impossible to replace. But you are still responsible for deciding whether those memories deserve the power to control your future. This responsibility is not punishment. It is freedom. The moment you accept responsibility for your own participation, you stop waiting for someone else to become different before your life can improve. You stop saying, "I will be peaceful when they apologize," or "I will finally move on when they give me closure." You understand that closure is not always a gift someone else places in your hands. Sometimes closure is the boundary you create after their repeated behavior has already answered every question. You may never receive the explanation that makes everything feel reasonable. They may never admit how deeply they hurt you. They may continue believing that you expected too much, misunderstood them, or left without giving enough chances. They may create a version of the story where they become the victim and you become the person who suddenly changed. Let them tell the story they need in order to avoid themselves. Your healing does not require their honesty. You know what you experienced. You know how many times you tried to communicate. You know how often you lowered your expectations, accepted apologies, and convinced yourself that temporary effort meant permanent change. You know how many nights you remained awake while they remained comfortable. You do not need to enter every conversation where your name is discussed and present evidence of your pain. You do not need to convince people who witnessed only a small part of the relationship. You do not need permission from outsiders to protect the inner life they never had to carry. There is a point where explaining becomes another form of begging. You are no longer begging the person to love you. You are begging them to agree that you were hurt. You are begging them to confirm that your decision was justified. You are begging them to see you as good so that you can stop feeling guilty. Choosing yourself means allowing your inner truth to become enough. This does not mean refusing accountability. You should examine your actions honestly. Perhaps fear made you react in ways you are not proud of. Perhaps you became controlling, overly dependent, suspicious, or emotionally overwhelmed. Perhaps you stayed silent until resentment exploded. Perhaps you expected the person to heal wounds they did not create. Own these things with maturity. Apologize where an apology is appropriate. Learn what your behavior is trying to teach you. But do not use your imperfections as an excuse to remain in a relationship where disrespect became normal. You can admit that you made mistakes and still recognize that the relationship was unhealthy. You can take responsibility for your reactions without taking responsibility for the behavior that repeatedly triggered them. You can become a wiser person without returning to the environment where you became emotionally unstable. Growth does not always require reconciliation. Sometimes growth requires separation because the old connection continues calling the old version of you back to life. You may have become more self-aware, peaceful, and emotionally disciplined, yet one message from that person can instantly return you to waiting, explaining, and questioning yourself. Their presence may be connected to a pattern your body has not yet learned to experience safely. In such cases, distance is not hatred, it is protection. You do not hate fire because you stop placing your hand inside it. You simply respect what repeated experience taught you. The healed version of you will stop believing that love requires endless access. You will understand that someone can matter to your story without continuing to occupy your present. You can remember them with tenderness and still refuse to reopen communication. You can forgive them privately and still decide that trust cannot be rebuilt. Forgiveness is not a key you must hand back to the person who damaged the house. Forgiveness is the decision to stop allowing anger to live inside you without paying rent. It releases your mind from endless arguments, imagined revenge, and the need to make another person suffer in order for your pain to feel acknowledged. But forgiveness does not erase wisdom. You can release resentment while remembering patterns. You can stop wishing them harm while refusing to volunteer for more harm. You can want them to heal while accepting that their healing does not need to happen beside you. This is one of the strongest forms of love because it no longer confuses compassion with self-destruction. You can recognize the wounded human being inside the person who hurt you without making their wounds your lifelong responsibility. For too long, you may have believed that understanding them meant staying. You saw their childhood pain, abandonment, fear, emotional limitations, and difficulty with trust. You understood why closeness frightened them. You understood why they withdrew when the relationship became serious. Your empathy became the reason you kept excusing behavior that was destroying you. Every time they disappointed you, you translated the disappointment into their pain. You said they did not mean it, they were afraid, they had never experienced healthy love, or they needed more patience. You became so committed to understanding their inner world that you stopped protecting your own. But empathy must have boundaries, otherwise it becomes a bridge people use to cross into your life without carrying responsibility for the damage they cause there. You are allowed to understand why someone acts a certain way and still decide that the behavior is unacceptable. You are allowed to say, "Your pain explains this, but it does not make this safe for me." Choosing yourself means including yourself in your compassion. You have offered understanding to everyone except the person who endured the consequences. You forgave their silence, but criticized your anxiety. You excused their inconsistency, but called yourself weak for becoming attached. You honored their need for space, but ignored your own need for clarity. From now on, compassion must move in both directions. When you remember the person you were while chasing, do not insult that person. Do not say they were foolish, desperate, or pathetic. They were trying to receive love using the tools they had. They believed patience would eventually be rewarded. They believed loyalty would inspire loyalty. They believed giving more would make leaving less likely. That version of you did not need shame. They needed wisdom. Shame keeps you attached to the past because it creates a constant need to prove that you are no longer that person. You may become obsessed with appearing strong, successful, happy, and unaffected. You may hide your pain because you do not want anyone to know how deeply the relationship mattered. But strength is not a performance. You do not need to pretend you never begged. You need to understand why you did. Forgive yourself and live differently. Perhaps you begged because the relationship awakened an old fear of abandonment. Perhaps you learned early that people left when you became inconvenient. You became skilled at changing yourself to protect connection. You learned to read moods, anticipate needs, and keep others comfortable. These abilities may have once kept you emotionally safe, but later they made you vulnerable to people who accepted your care without returning it. You could sense their distance before they spoke. Instead of responding by protecting yourself, you responded by giving more. You became more available when they withdrew. You became more understanding when they disrespected you. You became quieter when they ignored your needs. You treated their uncertainty like an emergency only you could solve. This was not love alone. It was fear trying to prevent a familiar wound. The final chapter of healing requires you to stop obeying that fear. Fear will tell you that if you do not chase, they will leave. Let them leave if staying requires pursuit. Fear will tell you that setting boundaries will make you difficult. Let people who need you to have no boundaries consider you difficult. Fear will tell you that nobody else will understand you. Remember that being misunderstood by one person is not a prophecy about the entire world. Fear will tell you that this was your only chance at deep love. Ask whether love that repeatedly made you beg was truly the highest form of connection available to you. You cannot create a new life while treating every fearful thought as truth. Fear speaks with certainty, but certainty does not make it accurate. Fear often predicts the worst because it believes disappointment can be prevented through preparation. It says, "Stay," because being alone will destroy you. Yet staying may already be destroying your relationship with yourself. It says, "Accept the little they offer, because nothing else may come." Yet accepting little teaches you to expect little. It says, "Do not ask for clarity, because the answer may hurt." Yet confusion hurts every day. Choosing yourself means deciding that temporary pain is sometimes preferable to permanent uncertainty. A clear ending may hurt deeply, but it gives grief somewhere to move. An unclear relationship keeps your heart suspended between hope and disappointment. You wake up unsure whether to hold on or let go. You cannot fully commit to the relationship because you do not feel safe, but you cannot fully move forward because occasional attention keeps hope alive. Your emotional life becomes divided. This division consumes enormous energy. Every delayed message becomes evidence to analyze. Every affectionate moment becomes a promise to protect. You live inside interpretation instead of reality. The healed version of you does not accept prolonged confusion as a normal condition of love. You ask direct questions and observe direct behavior. When someone says they are unsure, you do not audition for certainty. You respect their uncertainty enough to remove yourself from the waiting room. This does not mean demanding immediate commitment from every new person. Healthy relationships take time. People need space to learn whether their values and futures align. But healthy uncertainty contains honesty, respect, communication, and mutual effort. It does not require one person to chase while the other remains comfortably undecided. You will learn to distinguish between a connection that is developing and a connection that is delaying the truth. A developing relationship moves gradually toward greater clarity. A delaying relationship repeats the same conversation while offering enough hope to prevent an ending. A developing relationship contains increasing responsibility. A delaying relationship contains increasing excuses. A developing relationship makes both people more honest. A delaying relationship makes one person afraid to ask where they stand. The difference is not always visible in one day, but patterns reveal it over time. Choosing yourself means trusting patterns sooner. You stop waiting for a dramatic betrayal before believing what smaller moments have already shown you. You stop demanding a final disaster before giving yourself permission to leave. Sometimes the relationship ends through 1,000 small disappointments rather than one unforgettable event. They fail to show up emotionally. They dismiss your feelings. They repeatedly promise to communicate and continue disappearing. Each moment appears too small to justify leaving by itself, so you remain. But together, the moments create a life in which your needs are continuously denied. You are allowed to consider the complete pattern. A drop of water seems harmless. Thousands of drops can fill a room. Do not judge your pain according to one isolated incident. Ask what the repetition is doing to you. Ask whether you feel more secure or more anxious than you did months ago. Ask whether your confidence is growing or shrinking. The person you love may not be intentionally trying to destroy your peace, but intention does not erase impact. A driver may not intend to damage the road, but repeated careless movement still leaves marks. Maturity requires caring about impact, not only defending intention. A person who values you will not respond to your pain only by saying they never meant to hurt you. They will ask what they can do differently. They will understand that love is not measured only by what exists in their heart, but by what their behavior repeatedly creates in yours. When someone focuses entirely on proving they are not a bad person, they may have little energy left to acknowledge your experience. Every conversation becomes about protecting their image rather than repairing the connection. You find yourself comforting the person who hurt you because your pain made them feel guilty. The discussion ends with you reassuring them that they are good, while your original wound remains untouched. Choosing yourself means refusing to disappear inside another person's defensiveness. You can care about their feelings without abandoning the subject. You can say, "I am not calling you a terrible person, but this behavior cannot continue." You no longer make your truth smaller merely because someone lacks the ability to hear it without feeling threatened. Your truth does not become cruelty simply because it creates discomfort. Sometimes discomfort is the doorway to growth. People who avoid all discomfort also avoid accountability. They want relationships that make them feel loved, without requiring them to confront the ways they fail to love responsibly. You are not responsible for keeping another person comfortable with behavior that keeps you in pain. This boundary may cost you relationships. Some people will prefer losing access to you over changing the habits that hurt you. This will be painful because it reveals that the connection mattered less to them than their comfort. Do not chase after people who make that choice. Their unwillingness to grow is an answer. You may want to say, "How can you let me go?" instead of fixing something so simple. But what feels simple to you may require a level of honesty they are not ready to practice. You cannot perform that work for them. Let people show you what they are willing to lose in order to remain unchanged. Then believe them. Choosing yourself means accepting that love cannot replace readiness. Two people may care deeply and still be unable to create a healthy relationship because one or both lack the emotional tools required. This truth is difficult because it does not give you a villain. It asks you to accept that love may exist while a future remains impossible. You can love someone and still be wrong for each other. You can love someone who is not ready. You can love someone whose values, communication, priorities, and emotional capacity do not match yours. Love is important, but it is not the only material from which a life is built. A stable relationship also requires honesty, discipline, responsibility, compatibility, mutual effort, and the willingness to repair after harm. Without these things, love becomes a feeling trapped inside a structure that cannot support it. You may spend years trying to strengthen the feeling while ignoring the broken structure. You remind each other that the connection is special, that nobody understands you in the same way, and that the history means something. History can explain attachment, but it cannot guarantee a healthy future. A long relationship is not automatically a good relationship. Time measures duration, not quality. You can remain in pain for many years and still call it commitment. Do not confuse endurance with success. The question is not only how long you stayed, the question is what staying required you to become. Did you become more secure, honest, and alive, or more anxious, silent, and disconnected from yourself? Did the relationship create a space where both people could grow, or did it require one person to carry the emotional cost of the other person's comfort? Choosing yourself means judging love by what it consistently creates. Love that creates fear, confusion, humiliation, and self-doubt may still contain real feelings, but those feelings are not being handled responsibly. You deserve a love that does not require your nervous system to live in emergency. You deserve mornings where you are not wondering whether the person has become distant overnight. You deserve conversations where you do not rehearse every sentence to avoid punishment. You deserve to express a need without fearing that affection will be withdrawn. This does not mean a relationship will never feel uncomfortable. Intimacy can expose fears, disagreements, and difficult truths, but healthy discomfort leads toward understanding. Unhealthy discomfort leads toward greater confusion. Healthy conflict says, "We are facing a problem together." Unhealthy conflict says, "You are the problem because you noticed what I did." You will stop accepting relationships where accountability is treated like an attack. The final freedom begins when you trust that you can survive being left. Much of your begging came from the belief that abandonment would prove something terrible about you. You imagined their departure as evidence that you were difficult, replaceable, or unworthy. But people leave for countless reasons. They leave because of their limitations, fears, desires, timing, values, and inability to maintain what they once pursued. Their departure is not a complete evaluation of your worth. Someone can leave a valuable person because they do not know how to care for valuable things. Someone can walk away from stability because chaos feels more familiar. Someone can reject commitment because responsibility exposes parts of themselves they prefer to avoid. Do not make every departure a personal verdict. Even when your actions contributed to an ending, the ending can become information rather than condemnation. Learn, apologize, change, and continue. You are not permanently defined by the worst moment of a relationship. You are allowed to evolve. Choosing yourself means trusting that you will remain on your own side after rejection. You will not immediately search for every flaw and turn it into evidence against yourself. You will examine honestly without becoming cruel. You will say, there are things I can improve, but I am still worthy of respect. You will say, this ending hurts, but it does not erase my future. You will say, I may not have been right for this person, but I do not need to become less of myself to fit someone who could not meet me. This inner voice becomes your emotional home. For years, you may have tried to make another person feel like home. You wanted their presence to end your loneliness, quiet your fears, and make life feel safe. But when home exists entirely in another person, every change in their behavior feels like eviction. You become homeless inside yourself whenever they withdraw. A healthy relationship can feel like home, but it should not become the only place where you exist. You need an internal home built from self-trust, values, purpose, routines, friendships, and the knowledge that you will care for yourself through every season. Then love becomes a shared shelter rather than a desperate rescue. You can welcome someone deeply without giving them complete ownership of your emotional foundation. You can build a future together while continuing to know who you are individually. This balance protects connection. When two people abandon their identities to merge completely, resentment and dependence can grow. One person becomes responsible for the other's sense of meaning. No human being can carry that responsibility forever. Choosing yourself means rebuilding the areas of your life that became empty while you chased love. Your world must become larger than one relationship. You need work, purpose, creativity, friendship, learning, movement, rest, and moments that belong entirely to you. This is not a distraction from healing. It is part of healing. When your life contains multiple sources of meaning, one person's departure can break your heart without destroying your entire world. You grieve, but you still know where to stand. You still have people to call, responsibilities to fulfill, places to go, and dreams that remain alive. The unhealthy relationship may have slowly isolated you. Perhaps you stopped speaking openly to friends because you were tired of defending the person. Perhaps you avoided family because they noticed how unhappy you had become. Perhaps you abandoned hobbies because every free moment was spent waiting, arguing, or repairing. Healing requires returning. Return to the people who loved you without forcing you to beg. Return to the interests that reminded you of your identity. Return to the body that carried stress while you ignored its signals. You may notice exhaustion, tension, disrupted sleep, loss of appetite, or difficulty concentrating. Emotional pain lives in the body. You cannot heal only through thought. Create safety through routine. Eat regularly. Move gently. Rest without guilt. Reduce the habits that keep your nervous system activated. Give yourself quiet moments where no relationship problem needs to be solved. At first, calmness may feel uncomfortable because your body has become accustomed to uncertainty. You may check your phone without thinking or imagine that silence means something bad is about to happen. Be patient with this reaction. You are not weak. You are adjusting. The body learns through repetition. Every peaceful evening that passes without disaster teaches it something new. Every moment when you resist the urge to contact the person and survive teaches it that longing is not fatal. Eventually, the notification no longer controls your heartbeat. Their name no longer changes the temperature of the room. A memory may still appear, but it passes without becoming an instruction. This is how freedom enters, quietly and gradually. You may expect healing to feel like a dramatic victory, but often it feels like indifference arriving where obsession once lived. You notice that you no longer need to know what they are doing. You stop imagining conversations. You stop wondering whether they regret losing you. The need to be remembered disappears because you remember yourself. This is important because wanting them to regret losing you is often another form of begging. You are still asking them to confirm that you mattered. You imagine their sadness as proof of your value, but your value does not increase when they suffer. Their regret may never come. They may protect themselves through distraction, denial, or another relationship. They may tell themselves that the ending was entirely your fault. If your healing depends on their realization, you remain emotionally imprisoned. Choose freedom without their regret. Let them misunderstand the loss. Let them search for what you gave or never recognize it at all. What you offered remains valuable because it came from sincerity, not because another person possessed the wisdom to appreciate it. You do not need to become unforgettable. You need to become present in your own life. The desire to be unforgettable can keep you performing long after a relationship ends. You improve your appearance, pursue success, and share happiness partly because you hope information will reach them. Every achievement becomes a message addressed to someone who may not be listening. Remove them as the audience. Build because you deserve a meaningful life. Heal because your future relationships deserve a healthier version of you. Become stronger because strength allows you to protect your peace, not because strength will make someone regret underestimating you. When your growth belongs to you, it becomes sustainable. You continue even when nobody applauds. This inner motivation is the foundation of self-respect. Self-respect is not a speech you give after being hurt. It is the quiet discipline of living according to your values when emotions tempt you to return to what is familiar. It is easy to say you deserve better when you feel angry. The true test arrives when anger fades, loneliness rises, and the person returns with the voice you once missed. In that moment, self-respect remembers what longing tries to forget. It remembers that missing someone does not mean they became safe. It remembers that an apology is not evidence of transformation. It remembers that chemistry does not repair broken trust. It remembers the person you became during the cycle. The strongest boundary is not built from anger, because anger changes. It is built from clarity. Anger says, "I never want to see you again," but loneliness may soften it. Clarity says, "I understand what this relationship repeatedly creates, and I cannot participate anymore." Clarity survives emotion. You may still love them. You may still feel tenderness when you remember certain moments. You may still wonder who both of you could have become under different circumstances. Clarity does not deny these feelings. It places them inside the complete truth. The complete truth may be that there was love and there was harm. There was connection and there was instability. There were promises and there were patterns. You do not need to erase one side to honor the other. Emotional maturity allows you to say, "It was meaningful and it must end." This sentence can free you from the need to label the entire relationship as a mistake. Some relationships become important because of what they reveal. They expose wounds, teach boundaries, and show you how far you are willing to abandon yourself for affection. The lesson may be painful, but it can protect the rest of your life. Do not waste the lesson by returning to the same pattern merely because the person becomes lonely. Sometimes people return when they sense you are finally healing. Your distance becomes real. You are no longer available in the same emotional way. Suddenly, they feel the absence of everything you provided. They may confuse missing your benefits with being ready to love you. They miss having someone who answered, forgave, encouraged, and remained loyal. They miss access to your heart. But missing access does not mean they have developed the character required to handle that access responsibly. Ask what has changed beyond their emotional discomfort. Have they done the work to understand why they behaved as they did? Can they name the harm without minimizing it? Have they changed habits over time, or are they making promises because consequences have become painful? Real change exists even when reunion is not guaranteed. A person who has changed respects your decision, even if it disappoints them. They understand that growth does not create entitlement to another chance. A person who has not changed may pressure, guilt, threaten, or accuse you of being unforgiving. They want the reward of transformation without accepting the time required to prove it. Watch how someone responds to your hesitation. Their response may reveal more than their apology. If they become angry because you need safety, they are still centering themselves. If they tell you to forget the past without repairing it, they are asking for comfort rather than accountability. Choosing yourself means refusing to rush your healing to relieve their guilt. You do not owe immediate trust because someone finally speaks the words you once begged to hear. The timing matters. Words delivered after years of pain may be sincere, but sincerity alone cannot rebuild what inconsistency destroyed. Trust is not restored through intensity. It is restored through repeated evidence. You are allowed to forgive slowly. You are allowed to never restore the same level of closeness. You are allowed to wish them well from a distance. Their change may be real, yet your decision to continue without them can also be real. Not every transformed person must return to every relationship they damaged. Sometimes growth includes accepting that certain doors remain closed because the lesson required a permanent consequence. You are not cruel for recognizing that the relationship cost too much to reopen. People may tell you that everyone deserves another chance. Everyone deserves the opportunity to grow, but nobody is automatically entitled to regain access to the person they repeatedly hurt. A second chance is a choice, not a moral obligation. You decide according to evidence, safety, and your own capacity. You are the one who must live inside the outcome. Do not return because outsiders romanticize reconciliation. They did not experience the anxiety, confusion, and repeated disappointments. They see the reunion, not the pattern that came before it. Choose according to truth, not appearance. The truth may be that you no longer want the relationship, even if the person finally becomes capable of offering more. You may have spent so long hoping for change that you feel guilty when change arrives after your desire has disappeared. You are allowed to outgrow the dream you once begged to receive. Your past desire does not create a permanent contract. Perhaps the version of you who wanted them no longer exists. You have discovered peace, rebuilt your identity, and learned that you do not need the relationship to complete your life. Do not abandon the person you became merely to satisfy the person you were. Growth changes desire. You may once have wanted intensity, now you want peace. You may once have found uncertainty exciting, now it feels exhausting. You may once have accepted words, now you need consistency. This is not bitterness. It is development. The healed version of you will no longer confuse butterflies with safety. You will understand that intense attraction can be created by anxiety, unpredictability, and the fear of loss. Your body may react strongly because the person touches an old wound, not because they are destined for you. Destiny should not require you to betray yourself. You will learn to ask better questions. Instead of asking only, "How strongly do I feel?" you will ask, "How consistently do they behave?" Instead of asking, "Do they want me?" you will ask, "Do they respect me?" Instead of asking, "Can I imagine a future with them?" you will ask, "Does their present behavior support the future I imagine?" These questions move love from fantasy into reality. Reality may feel less intoxicating than possibility, but it is the only place where trust can be built. You cannot build a stable life with someone's potential. Potential does not communicate, take responsibility, or show up during difficult moments. You need the person they are consistently willing to be. This means you must stop dating promises. You must stop falling in love with future versions of people who have shown no disciplined movement toward that future. A person's words reveal what they want you to believe. Their patterns reveal what they are prepared to live. Choose patterns. The pattern may tell you that someone cares but remains emotionally unavailable. It may tell you that they desire connection but avoid responsibility. It may tell you that they enjoy your presence but do not want the life you want. Do not interpret incompatibility as a challenge to love harder. You cannot love someone into wanting the same future. You cannot sacrifice enough to make mismatched values disappear. You cannot become perfect enough to create readiness inside a person who has chosen delay. Choosing yourself means honoring your own direction. You have dreams, values, and needs that deserve consideration. The relationship is not the only future being protected. Your future matters too. Every year spent waiting for someone to become ready is a year removed from the life you could have been building. Patience is beautiful when both people are moving in the same direction. It becomes self-abandonment when one person remains stationary while asking the other to wait indefinitely. Do not give permanent loyalty to temporary uncertainty. Time is not an unlimited resource. You cannot recover the years given to someone's indecision. This does not mean rushing people or demanding instant answers, but it means becoming honest about whether movement exists. Words like soon, someday, later, and eventually can keep a hopeful heart trapped for years. Ask what is happening now. Are plans becoming action? Are promises becoming habits? Is the relationship becoming clearer, safer, and more mutual? If nothing changes except the wording of the promise, you are not waiting for progress. You are participating in delay. You deserve a relationship that moves with intention. This does not mean every stage must happen quickly. It means both people are honest about what they are building. You should not need to decode whether you matter. The final stage of healing is also learning that being alone is not a failure. Society may treat romantic partnership as proof that a person has been chosen by life. You may see others moving into marriage, families, and shared futures while you are rebuilding from an ending. Comparison can make you panic. You begin wondering whether you should have stayed, whether your standards are too high, or whether time is running out. You may become tempted to return to an unhealthy connection simply because it is familiar and available. Do not let the fear of being behind push you backward. Life is not a single road where everyone must reach the same milestones at the same age. A relationship that appears successful from the outside may contain private loneliness. A person who reached a milestone quickly may still need to unlearn years of self-abandonment. Your slower path may be protecting you from a life built on the wrong foundation. It is better to enter love later with wisdom than to enter quickly from fear. Temporary solitude is not wasted time when it is teaching you how to recognize what you deserve. It is preparation. Use this season to become someone who can participate in healthy love without losing themselves. Learn to communicate needs before resentment grows. Learn to recognize your triggers without making another person responsible for all of them. Learn to remain connected to friends, goals, and purpose while loving deeply. Learn that boundaries protect intimacy because they allow two people to know where one ends and the other begins. You are not preparing to become independent of all love. You are preparing to become interdependent, capable of giving and receiving without turning connection into survival. When love becomes survival, you will tolerate almost anything to prevent loss. When love becomes a meaningful part of a complete life, you can evaluate whether it is healthy. You become able to leave what is harmful because your identity extends beyond the relationship. This is why purpose matters. A person without direction can make romance their entire mission. They chase another person because they have not built anything else to move toward. Your life needs a direction that remains when relationships change. Purpose does not need to be grand. It may be caring for family, creating meaningful work, learning, serving, building a skill, protecting your health, or becoming someone whose presence improves the lives around them. The form matters less than the fact that your days contain something larger than waiting for attention. When purpose returns, obsession weakens. Your mind has somewhere else to go. Your energy begins building rather than analyzing. You stop waking up only to see whether they contacted you. You wake up because your life is asking something from you. This does not erase grief, but it prevents grief from becoming your entire identity. You are not the person who was left. You are a complete human being experiencing loss. Language matters. When you say, "I am abandoned," you turn an event into an identity. When you say, "I am experiencing abandonment," you remember that the feeling is passing through you. You are larger than what happened. You are larger than their decision. You are larger than the chapter in which you begged. The book of your life does not need to end in the chapter where someone failed to choose you. You are still writing. What comes next depends partly on whether you continue facing the closed door or turn toward the unwritten pages. The closed door may remain emotionally attractive because it contains history. You know every detail behind it. The unwritten page contains uncertainty, and uncertainty can feel frightening. But uncertainty is also where possibility lives. You cannot meet the future while constantly interviewing the past. Stop asking what would have happened if they had changed sooner. Stop creating alternative endings where one final conversation solved everything. Those endings exist only in imagination. The real relationship occurred through actual choices, and those choices created the reality you must respond to. Acceptance means releasing the version of the past that never happened. This can be one of the deepest forms of grief. You are not only grieving the person, you are grieving the imagined future. You may have pictured a home, family, trips, celebrations, and ordinary evenings together. Those images became emotionally real even though they never arrived. When the relationship ends, it feels as though an entire world has been destroyed. Allow yourself to grieve that world, but remember that the dreams within it were not owned by one person. Your desire for love, companionship, peace, and shared purpose can still exist. The person was one possible path to those dreams, not the only path. Do not bury your future with them. Take the dream back, remove their face from it, and ask what the dream truly represented. Perhaps you wanted safety, belonging, partnership, or a home where you could be fully known. These desires remain possible. They may be fulfilled through a different relationship, a different structure, or a deeper relationship with yourself and community. Your future has not ended. One imagined version has ended. This distinction gives hope, without asking you to return to illusion. The healed version of you will also understand that closure does not require forgetting. Some memories may remain. A song, place, or season may bring them back for a moment. You do not need to panic when this happens. Remembering is not returning. A memory can visit without becoming a command. You can acknowledge it, feel what rises, and continue with your day. Over time, memories lose their sharpness when you stop feeding them with constant attention. They become part of your history rather than active evidence that you should reconnect. You may always care about what happened. Healing does not require becoming indifferent to your own story. It requires removing the story's power to control your present choices. One day, you may think about them with gratitude for what the experience taught you. This gratitude does not mean the pain was necessary or deserved. It means you refused to allow pain to remain meaningless. You transformed it into discernment. You learned that mixed signals are not a puzzle you need to solve. You learned that potential cannot replace pattern. You learned that your empathy requires boundaries. You learned that loving someone does not obligate you to stay where love is handled carelessly. These lessons become the protection surrounding your future heart. But protection must not become a wall. The temptation after betrayal is to close completely. You may believe that the only way to avoid begging again is to need nobody. This is not healing. It is fear changing shape. You are not meant to become untouchable. You are meant to become discerning. An untouchable heart avoids love to avoid pain. A discerning heart allows connection but observes whether it is safe. It does not offer unlimited access immediately. It allows trust to grow at the same speed as evidence. You can remain soft without becoming unprotected. You can be generous without giving everything before reciprocity exists. You can be hopeful without ignoring warning signs. This balance may feel unfamiliar because you once loved through extremes. You gave everything quickly, then built complete walls after being hurt. Healing creates a middle path. You reveal yourself gradually. You maintain your life while a connection develops. You allow someone to show how they handle responsibility, disappointment, and your boundaries. You do not give another person the position of emotional authority simply because attraction is strong. Authority must be earned. Your attention is valuable. Your vulnerability is valuable. Your time is valuable. These are parts of your life, and life cannot be replaced. Do not hand them over to someone because they speak beautifully during the beginning. Beginnings often reveal desire, not character. Character appears after familiarity. It appears when there is disagreement, stress, temptation, boredom, and responsibility. Watch how someone behaves when getting your attention is no longer a challenge. Watch whether effort remains after they feel secure. The person capable of healthy love does not stop caring once access is gained. They understand that connection must be maintained. You will no longer be impressed only by pursuit. You will value maintenance. Many people know how to chase what they want. Fewer know how to care for what they receive. You deserve someone who does not treat your heart like a prize they can neglect after winning. But before expecting this from another person, practice maintenance within yourself. Continue caring for your inner life even when no crisis forces you to. Do not wait until heartbreak to become attentive to your needs. Build regular habits of rest, reflection, and honest self-examination. Ask yourself where resentment is forming, where your boundaries are weakening, and where fear is making decisions. Self-connection is not a destination reached once. It is a relationship requiring ongoing care. When you remain connected to yourself, you notice problems sooner. You do not need a complete collapse before admitting something is wrong. You hear the quiet discomfort before it becomes desperation. This allows you to communicate early. You say, "This behavior is affecting me," before months of silence become an explosion. You give the relationship a fair opportunity to repair while protecting yourself from prolonged neglect. Healthy communication does not guarantee the relationship will continue, but it guarantees that you will not remain invisible inside it. You will stop believing that silence keeps peace. Silence may prevent conflict, but unspoken pain does not disappear. It enters the body, changes the way you respond, and slowly becomes resentment. Real peace can survive honesty. A person who wants only comfort may call your honesty drama. A person who wants genuine connection will recognize it as necessary. You cannot maintain closeness by constantly hiding the truth. Choosing yourself means risking another person's disappointment rather than guaranteeing your own. This can be terrifying if you have spent your life pleasing people. You may feel guilty every time you say no, ask for space, or express a different opinion. Understand that guilt is not always evidence of wrongdoing. Sometimes guilt appears because you are breaking an old pattern. You learned that being good meant being agreeable. You learned to measure kindness by how rarely others became uncomfortable around you. But kindness without honesty is often self-erasure. You can be respectful and still say no. You can care and still choose a different path. You can understand someone's disappointment without making it your responsibility to remove. The people who truly love you may not enjoy every boundary, but they will not require you to betray yourself to keep their affection. If affection disappears whenever you assert a need, the affection was conditional on your compliance. This truth may hurt, but it will free you from performing for connection. You no longer need to be endlessly easy, useful, or forgiving to deserve a place in someone's life. The right people will not need you to become smaller. They may challenge you, but they will not humiliate you. They may disagree, but they will not use withdrawal as punishment. They may need space, but they will communicate rather than leave you in deliberate confusion. You will learn that a healthy relationship is not one without difficulty. It is one where difficulty does not destroy respect. Respect must survive anger. Anyone can be loving when everything is comfortable. Character appears when needs conflict. Watch whether the person insults you, threatens the relationship, reveals private information, or deliberately targets your insecurities during arguments. An apology cannot repeatedly erase cruelty used as a weapon. You deserve conflict, where both people remember that they are speaking to someone they love. This standard may cause some people to call you demanding. Let them. People who want access without responsibility will call basic respect excessive. You are not demanding perfection. You are requiring emotional safety. Emotional safety does not mean never being hurt. It means knowing that hurt will be acknowledged and repaired. It means you can speak honestly without fearing retaliation. It means the relationship is not built on one person's silence. Choosing yourself means becoming willing to leave when the foundation repeatedly fails. You stop believing every relationship must be saved. Some relationships are not broken puzzles. They are complete lessons. Trying to save everything can become another form of avoidance. You avoid grief by remaining busy with repair. You convince yourself that one more conversation, book, promise, or strategy will finally make the relationship work. There is always another thing to try, but the question is whether both people are trying. You cannot repair a bridge from one side while the other person continues removing the materials. At some point, continued effort becomes refusal to accept reality. Acceptance is not laziness. It is the wisdom to know when effort has reached its limit. You may still have energy to fight, but the existence of energy does not mean the fight remains worthy. Your life contains other things deserving that energy. Your health deserves it. Your dreams deserve it. The people who consistently love you deserve it. Your future self deserves it. Stop pouring your entire life into a relationship that keeps returning emptiness. Choosing yourself means redirecting. You redirect attention from their behavior to your own growth. You redirect hope from their potential to your future. You redirect love from a closed heart toward people and places where it can be received. This redirection may happen slowly. You may still think about them while working. You may still feel the urge to check for messages. Do not wait for the thoughts to disappear before living. Live while they are present. Take action alongside grief. Go outside while sad. Complete the task while missing them. Speak to a friend while part of you wishes it were them. Healing is not the moment pain disappears. It is the moment life begins expanding around the pain until the pain is no longer the largest thing inside you. One day, the relationship will occupy a smaller space in your identity. It will no longer be the first fact you remember about yourself. You will become interested in new things. Your confidence will return through experiences that have nothing to do with romance. You will remember that you are funny, creative, disciplined, curious, generous, or resilient. These parts existed before the relationship and survived beneath the heartbreak. Bring them forward. The person you chased may have become the mirror through which you saw yourself. Their attention made you feel attractive. Their praise made you feel intelligent. Their presence made you feel significant. When they withdrew, your reflection disappeared. Now you must become your own witness. Notice your effort. Celebrate your progress. Speak to yourself with the same encouragement you offered them. This is not empty self-praise. It is fair recognition. You spent years waiting for someone to acknowledge what you gave. Acknowledge it yourself. You were loyal. You tried. You cared deeply. You remained hopeful. These qualities are not shameful. The lesson is not to stop being loving. It is to stop giving love without discernment. Do not become less beautiful inside because someone failed to honor the beauty. Become wiser about access. A house does not remove its valuable contents after being robbed. It strengthens the doors. Your boundaries are those doors. They do not make you cold. They protect what is warm inside you. The final freedom comes when boundaries no longer feel like weapons used against other people. They become natural expressions of identity. You do not say no to punish. You say no because you know what belongs in your life. You do not create distance to make them chase. You create distance because closeness is unhealthy. You do not remain silent so they will miss you. You remain silent because the conversation has already been repeated without change. Motivation matters. When your boundaries are designed to produce a reaction, you remain dependent on the other person. When they are designed to protect your values, they remain steady regardless of the reaction. This is how you know you are no longer playing the game. You are not trying to win. You are leaving the game entirely. The person may accuse you of being indifferent because they can no longer provoke the old response. They may increase emotional pressure, reminding you of memories, promises, and guilt. Your calmness may frustrate them because they were familiar with your desperation. Do not mistake their frustration for evidence that your boundary is wrong. People often become most emotional when their usual methods stop working. Remain respectful, but do not surrender your decisions simply because someone reacts strongly. Their emotion belongs to them. You can acknowledge it without carrying it. You may say, "I understand that this hurts, but I cannot return to the same pattern." You do not need to argue every point. Repeated explanation creates new openings for negotiation. A decision does not need endless defense. The person who benefits from changing your mind will always find another question. You could spend hours explaining, and they may still claim not to understand, because understanding would require accepting the consequence. Let the consequence speak. Your absence may communicate what your paragraphs could not. But remember that absence is not meant to teach them. It is meant to protect you. If they learn, that belongs to their journey. If they do not, your boundary remains valuable. Do not wait to see whether losing you transforms them. That waiting continues the attachment. Release the outcome. You may never know what they learned from your departure. You do not need to know. Your lesson is enough. The final lesson is that your worth was never decided inside their mind. Their perception was influenced by their capacity. A person who cannot value consistency may overlook your loyalty. A person addicted to novelty may take stable love for granted. This does not reduce the value of what you offered. A person can walk past treasure because they are searching for something shiny. The treasure does not become ordinary. Stop measuring yourself through the vision of someone who could not see clearly. Your worth is not a public vote. It is not determined by attention, relationship status, appearance, or how difficult you are to replace. You have worth because you are a human life capable of growth, love, choice, and contribution. This worth does not make you compatible with everyone. You can be valuable and still be wrong for a person. You can be loving and still need to improve. Worth is not perfection. It is the foundation from which growth becomes possible without self-hatred. When you believe you are worthless, improvement becomes punishment. When you believe you have worth, improvement becomes care. You stop trying to become better so someone will regret leaving. You become better because you deserve to experience a healthier life. This difference changes everything. Your goals are no longer messages to the past. They become gifts to the future. The future version of you is watching through the choices you make now. Every time you refuse to return to disrespect, you protect them. Every time you keep a promise to yourself, you strengthen them. Every time you accept temporary loneliness instead of unhealthy attention, you create space for their peace. Think of that future version when the old person returns. Ask what decision they will thank you for. They may not thank you for avoiding all pain. Growth often includes pain, but they will thank you for choosing the pain that leads forward instead of the pain that repeats. The pain of leaving moves, the pain of chasing circles. Choose movement. There will still be difficult days. Healing does not remove human vulnerability. Someone new may disappoint you. You may notice old fears rising. The difference is that fear will no longer control every decision. You will recognize it and remain grounded. You will say, "This feeling is familiar, but this situation may be different." You will communicate rather than assume. You will observe whether the person responds with care. Healing does not make you suspicious of everyone. It helps you respond to reality instead of past injury. You become capable of giving a new person a fair chance without giving them immediate power over your self-worth. You will not compare every delayed message to old abandonment. You will ask for context. You will understand that people have lives, needs, and imperfect moments, but you will also notice when a single moment becomes a repeated pattern. Healing creates both patience and discernment. You do not leave at the first discomfort, but you do not remain through endless damage. You learn the difference between imperfection and unwillingness. An imperfect person may make mistakes, but care about repair. An unwilling person makes the same mistake and treats your pain as an inconvenience. An imperfect person may struggle to communicate but practices. An unwilling person uses struggle as an excuse to avoid responsibility forever. Growth does not require perfection, but it does require participation. You deserve someone who participates. You deserve someone who does not watch you carry the emotional weight alone. This does not mean they must love exactly as you do. People express care differently, but difference should not become neglect. A person may be quieter, less expressive, or slower to process emotions. What matters is whether they take your needs seriously and make a sincere effort to meet in the middle. Mutuality does not mean identical effort in every moment. Sometimes one person carries more during illness, grief, or difficulty, but over time, the relationship should contain a shared willingness to support, repair, and protect. You should not always be the one waiting for your turn to matter. Choosing yourself means refusing permanent imbalance. You understand that love can be generous without becoming one-sided. You can support someone through difficult seasons without becoming responsible for their entire life. You can sacrifice temporarily without making sacrifice your identity. The key is whether the other person recognizes what you give and returns care when they are able. Gratitude matters. Responsibility matters. A person who receives your effort as an entitlement will continue asking for more. A person who receives it as love will want to protect you from exhaustion. Notice the difference. You may have been drawn to people who needed saving because being needed made you feel secure. If they depended on you, perhaps they would not leave. But dependence can create attachment without creating respect. Someone may need your support and still refuse commitment. They may call during crises and disappear during calm periods. They value the function you perform, not the full person you are. The healed version of you will no longer build identity around being necessary. You will allow people to solve their own problems. You will support without rescuing. This may feel uncomfortable because stepping back can appear unloving, but rescuing someone from every consequence prevents them from developing responsibility. You are not helping when your help allows the harmful pattern to continue. Sometimes love says, "I believe you can handle this without me." Sometimes love says, "I cannot continue carrying what belongs to you." These sentences protect both people from unhealthy dependence. Choosing yourself so completely that you never beg again does not mean becoming incapable of asking for help. Begging and healthy need are not the same. Healthy love allows requests. You can say, "I need reassurance," "I need more time," or "I need support." These are honest expressions of vulnerability. Begging begins when you repeatedly ask for basic care from someone who has made it clear that they do not want to provide it. The goal is not to need nothing. The goal is to stop presenting your needs to people who use them as evidence that you are too much. You are allowed to need communication, loyalty, affection, and presence. You simply must choose relationships where these needs can be discussed with respect. No person will meet every need perfectly. Healthy love involves negotiation and compromise. But compromise should not require you to accept emotional starvation. There is a difference between adjusting expectations and abandoning them. You may accept that someone communicates differently, but you do not have to accept disappearing without explanation. You may accept that they need space, but you do not have to accept silence used to control you. Compromise creates a middle ground. Self-abandonment removes your ground entirely. Know where you stand. This requires knowing your values before a relationship begins. If you do not define what matters, strong attraction will define it for you. Decide what honesty means to you. Decide what commitment, communication, respect, and loyalty look like in behavior. Your standards should not be impossible demands, They should be clear principles that protect the kind of life you want to build. When you know them, you stop changing them to fit every person who attracts you. You stop saying, "I never wanted commitment anyway," when someone cannot offer it. You stop pretending that inconsistency does not hurt because you fear losing the connection. You become honest enough to say, "This may work for you, but it does not work for me." This sentence is not rejection of the other person. It is recognition of incompatibility. Not every mismatch needs blame. Sometimes two people want different things. The mature response is clarity, not persuasion. You do not need to prove that your desire is better. You simply stop sacrificing it. This is especially important when someone tells you clearly that they are not ready. Believe them. Do not interpret honesty as an invitation to become so loving that they change their mind. They may appreciate you, enjoy you, and still remain unavailable. Respect their answer and protect yourself. A person saying, "I cannot give you what you need," may be offering the clearest kindness available. Do not turn it into a challenge. You have spent enough time trying to become the exception to someone's limitations. You do not need to be the person who finally teaches them how to love. You need to be with someone who is willing to learn beside you. There is dignity in being met. For years, you may have celebrated yourself for how far you were willing to walk towards someone. Now celebrate the person who walks toward you too. Do not become suspicious when love feels easier. You may believe that anything valuable must be difficult. This belief can cause you to overlook stable people and become fascinated by unavailable ones. Unavailable people create an emotional challenge. Winning their affection feels like proof of exceptional worth. Stable love offers no dramatic competition, so it may feel less intense. Retrain your heart. Learn that peace can be attractive. Learn that consistency is not boring. Learn that clarity does not remove romance. It removes unnecessary fear. A relationship can contain excitement, passion, and mystery without making your status uncertain. The mystery should be discovering who you can become together, not discovering whether you matter. Healthy love allows your energy to expand into life. Unhealthy love consumes energy merely trying to keep the relationship alive. Notice what happens to your world. Do you become more focused, creative, and confident, or more anxious, isolated, and exhausted? The right connection will not solve every problem, but it should not continuously create problems that require you to abandon your growth. Love should have room for your dreams. If someone feels threatened by your development, they may prefer the version of you who depended on them. They may discourage your goals, criticize your confidence, or create conflict whenever your attention moves away. This is not love protecting closeness. It is insecurity protecting control. Choosing yourself means refusing to shrink so someone else can feel secure. A healthy partner may experience insecurity, but they will communicate and work through it. They will not require you to become smaller. They will celebrate your growth because they do not view your strength as evidence that you will leave. And if your strength does lead you to recognize that the relationship is wrong, that recognition is not betrayal. Growth sometimes reveals incompatibility. You are allowed to evolve beyond agreements made by an earlier version of you. You can honor commitments while still recognizing when remaining has become harmful. This does not mean leaving impulsively whenever life becomes difficult. It means refusing to use commitment as a prison. A healthy commitment includes responsibility from both people. It does not require one person to endure indefinite harm. Choosing yourself also means releasing the belief that suffering makes love more real. You may have romanticized the idea of fighting for someone against every obstacle. Some obstacles are worth facing together. Distance, financial difficulty, illness, and life transitions can test a relationship without making it unhealthy. But another person's repeated refusal to respect you is not an obstacle you must overcome. It is information. You are not proving love by surviving the damage they choose to continue. The difference is whether both people stand on the same side against the difficulty. If you are alone, fighting against the person you claim to be fighting for. The relationship has become the obstacle. Recognize this sooner. The last time you beg may not happen through one final request. It may happen through a quiet decision that changes every future choice. You decide that whenever someone repeatedly shows uncertainty, you will stop turning uncertainty into a project. You decide that you will communicate once, perhaps twice, but you will not spend years teaching basic respect. You decide that strong feelings will no longer cancel clear evidence. This decision becomes part of your identity. You are no longer someone who begs because you no longer believe another person's choice can create your worth. They can choose you, and you remain worthy. They can reject you, and you remain worthy. They can misunderstand you, and you remain worthy. Worth becomes stable. This stability changes your energy. You stop approaching relationships like interviews. You do not constantly wonder how to impress, please, or secure the other person. You become curious about compatibility. You ask whether you enjoy the person and whether their values fit your life. You understand that attraction is mutual evaluation, not one-sided approval. You are also choosing. This realization is powerful because chasing often places the other person on a throne. Their attention becomes the prize, and you forget to ask whether the prize is good for you. Remove them from the throne. They are a human being with strengths, flaws, wounds, and choices. You do not need to worship their potential. See them clearly. Clarity removes the fantasy that kept you attached. You notice not only how they make you feel during the best moments, but how they behave during ordinary and difficult ones. You ask whether they are dependable, honest, and capable of repair. You ask whether their presence aligns with the peaceful life you are building. A person can be exciting and still be wrong for you. A person can be attractive and still lack the character required for partnership. Stop treating attraction like destiny. Attraction is an invitation to observe, not a command to surrender. This slower approach may protect you from future begging. You allow attachment to grow after evidence rather than before it. You do not imagine forever after a few conversations. You remain connected to the present. When someone makes a promise, you appreciate it, but wait to see whether behavior follows. You do not accuse them of lying, but you also do not build your life on words alone. Trust grows naturally through consistency. This may feel less romantic than immediate surrender, but it creates a foundation capable of carrying real intimacy. Real intimacy is not created only by sharing secrets or intense emotion. It is created by repeated experiences of safety. It grows when someone handles your vulnerability with care, keeps promises, apologizes honestly, and remains present after conflict. You deserve intimacy that deepens trust rather than increasing fear. To receive it, you must become willing to leave connections that offer intensity without safety. This willingness is the protection you were once trying to obtain through control. You tried to prevent abandonment by becoming indispensable. Now you understand that security does not come from making someone unable to leave. It comes from knowing you will respond with dignity if they do. You cannot guarantee permanence, but you can guarantee that you will not abandon yourself. Make that promise. Promise that you will listen when your body feels unsafe. Promise that you will not dismiss repeated disrespect because you are attracted. Promise that you will ask difficult questions before years are invested. Promise that you will leave when the relationship requires your disappearance. These promises create a foundation stronger than another person's vow to stay forever. Their vow belongs to their future choices. Your promise belongs to the one person whose participation you can control, you. When you become trustworthy to yourself, loneliness loses some of its terror. You know that being alone does not mean being abandoned because you remain present. You can sit in silence without turning it into evidence that nobody cares. You can create warmth inside your own life. This does not replace human connection. It makes connection healthier because you are no longer asking one person to rescue you from every empty feeling. You can say, "I want you," without saying, "I cannot exist without you." This is love without begging. It is chosen, not desperate. It allows freedom while maintaining commitment. Two people remain because they continue valuing what they build, not because one has made the other afraid to leave. This form of love may be unfamiliar, but it is possible. Do not let your past become proof that all future relationships will repeat it. The past becomes repetition only when its lessons are ignored. You are not entering the future with the same awareness. You can recognize signs sooner. You can communicate better. You can choose more slowly. The future is not guaranteed to be painless, but you will not face it powerless. You have yourself now. This may be the greatest gift the relationship accidentally returned to you. You thought losing them meant losing love, but the ending created the space where you could rediscover the love you owed yourself. Self-love is not constant confidence or admiration. It is action. It is feeding yourself when sadness removes appetite. It is resting when the mind wants to obsess. It is saying no when saying yes would create resentment. It is choosing long-term peace over temporary relief. Self-love may feel uncomfortable because it often requires disappointing the part of you that wants immediate comfort. The immediate comfort may be sending the message, accepting the apology, or returning to the familiar embrace. Long-term love asks what happens afterward. It remembers the cycle. It chooses the future. This is why self-love can feel stricter than self-indulgence. It does not give you everything you want in the moment. It gives you what protects the life you want to build. A loving parent does not allow a child to touch fire merely because the child cries. In the same way, the wiser part of you must protect the wounded part from returning to danger for comfort. Speak gently, but remain firm. Say, I know you miss them, but we are not going back to confusion. Say, I know loneliness hurts, but we will not exchange dignity for company. Say, I know the apology sounds beautiful, but we will wait for evidence. This inner dialogue creates integration. You do not fight yourself. You lead yourself. The wounded part is allowed to feel. The wise part chooses the direction. Over time, they begin trusting each other. The wounded part stops screaming so loudly because it learns that the wise part will not ignore its needs. You become internally secure. This security allows you to approach another person without desperation. You can be vulnerable because you trust your ability to recover if vulnerability is mishandled. You do not need to guarantee that nobody will hurt you. Such a guarantee is impossible. You need to know that pain will not cause you to betray yourself again. This changes the meaning of risk. Love will always contain risk because another person remains free, but risk is no longer total destruction. You can love fully while maintaining the parts of your life that keep you grounded. You can commit without becoming invisible. This is the love you were trying to create through begging, but begging could never produce it because begging begins with inequality. One person holds the choice while the other pleads. Healthy love requires both people to choose. You choose them, and they choose you. You choose the relationship, and you also choose yourself within it. The moment the relationship demands the permanent rejection of yourself, the choice becomes clear. You cannot keep them and keep disappearing. Eventually, you must decide who you will stop abandoning. Let it be you. Let the old pattern end, not because they finally become the person you wanted, but because you finally become the person who no longer accepts what they offered. This is the transformation that cannot be taken away. If your healing depends on their behavior, they still hold the power. If healing comes from your standards, awareness, and choices, the power remains with you. They may return. They may leave. They may regret. They may forget. You remain committed to your own dignity. The world may still disappoint you. You may face rejection again, but rejection will not become a command to prove yourself. You will allow people to walk away. This does not mean you will never fight for a relationship. There are connections worth protecting through difficult moments. The difference is that both people fight for the relationship, not one person fighting to convince the other that the relationship matters. Mutual effort has a different feeling. You are not dragging someone toward the future. You are building together. When problems arise, you do not beg them to care. Their care is already present, even if the solution is difficult. This is the standard. Do not lower it because you fear waiting. Waiting in peace is better than rushing into familiar pain. The space between relationships can become sacred when you stop treating it like emptiness. It is the place where your standards become stronger, your identity becomes clearer, and your nervous system relearns peace. Do not rush to fill every space. An empty chair does not need the wrong person merely because it is empty. Let the space remain open until someone arrives who can sit there without making you stand outside yourself. You are not late, you are learning. Every day you choose yourself is preparing you for a love where begging feels unnecessary because care is mutual. But even if that love takes time, your life remains valuable now. Do not place your happiness on hold until another person arrives. Build memories, travel where possible, learn, create, laugh, and connect. Love your current life enough that a future partner must respect it rather than replace it. This reduces the fear of loss. If the relationship ends, your life continues. You may lose a shared future, but you do not lose every part of yourself. This is resilience. Resilience is not believing endings do not hurt. It is knowing pain can be carried without becoming your identity. You have already proven this. You survived nights you thought would never end. You survived silence, confusion, and the moment you realized they were not going to choose you as clearly as you chose them, you are still here. The person who believed they could not live without the relationship is living, perhaps not perfectly, but breathing, learning, and becoming. Honor this evidence. You are stronger than the predictions your fear made. When fear says you will not survive another ending, remember the endings you have already survived. When fear says nobody will ever love you, remember that your future has not yet revealed everyone in it. When fear says return, because at least the past is familiar, remember the price of familiarity. Do not allow fear to present an old prison as a safe home. The door is open now. Walk. You may walk slowly. You may look back. Progress does not require complete confidence. It requires direction. As long as your choices are moving toward dignity, you are healing. There may be moments when you stumble. Perhaps you respond to a message or check their profile. Do not turn a single moment into a complete return. Pause. Notice the need that drove the action. Correct your direction. Healing is not destroyed by imperfection. It is strengthened through honest correction. You do not need to punish yourself. Punishment recreates the same emotional environment you are trying to escape. Use compassion with responsibility. Say, I understand why I did this, and I will choose differently now. Each correction becomes evidence of self-trust. Eventually, the new response becomes automatic. Someone becomes inconsistent, and instead of chasing, you become curious and still. You observe. You communicate clearly. If the pattern continues, you remove yourself. There is no dramatic performance. You do not threaten to leave repeatedly. You do not write endless paragraphs. You simply align behavior with values. This quiet alignment is the final form of power. Power is not making someone fear losing you. It is knowing you will leave when staying requires self-betrayal. Power is not becoming emotionless. It is feeling deeply without becoming controlled by every feeling. Power is not being chosen by everyone. It is refusing to beg those who cannot choose you. This is the person you are becoming. You are becoming someone who understands that love offered reluctantly is not a prize. You no longer celebrate convincing someone to stay. You want someone whose presence is voluntary, clear, and consistent. You do not want access obtained through guilt. You want mutual desire. This may mean some people leave sooner. Let them. Early truth is kinder than delayed devastation. Every person who leaves because you stopped overgiving creates space. At first, the space may feel painful, but space is where new possibilities enter. Do not fill it immediately with the same pattern wearing a different face. Pause long enough to recognize what you are attracted to and why. Ask whether the attraction comes from safety or familiarity. Familiarity can feel like destiny. You meet someone emotionally distant, and something inside you feels instantly activated. You call it chemistry. Perhaps your nervous system recognizes an old assignment. It believes this is another opportunity to finally win unavailable love. Slow down. Attraction does not require immediate action. Allow time to reveal whether the person can participate in a healthy connection. You can feel drawn and still choose carefully. This is one of the clearest signs that you have healed the part that begged. You no longer become obedient to chemistry. You respect feeling without worshipping it. You understand that the heart can desire what wisdom must decline. There is no shame in this conflict. Human beings are complex. The goal is not to remove desire, but to strengthen decision. Decisions create your life. You may feel 100 things in one day, but the choices you repeat become your direction. Choose the direction where your dignity remains intact. When you imagine your future, do not imagine only someone finally choosing you. Imagine yourself becoming someone who can recognize healthy love and receive it without fear. Imagine speaking honestly, allowing support, and trusting gradually. Imagine a relationship where your nervous system can rest. You are not chasing this future desperately. You are preparing for it by refusing what contradicts it. Every no to inconsistency becomes a yes to peace. Every closed door becomes protection for the future. You may never see exactly what a boundary saved you from. It may feel like loss because you can see the person, but not the years of pain you avoided. Trust the lesson. You do not need to experience the full destruction of a pattern before believing where it leads. Wisdom allows you to leave after enough evidence, not every possible consequence. The old version needed the final betrayal. The new version listens earlier. This does not mean becoming paranoid. It means respecting repetition. One mistake is a conversation. A repeated mistake after honest communication becomes a pattern. Patterns deserve decisions. Do not remain forever inside discussion. At some point, your life must reflect what you claim to believe. If you believe you deserve respect, staying through repeated disrespect creates inner conflict. Your words say one thing, while behavior says another. This conflict damages self-trust. Choosing yourself means making behavior agree with belief. You stop saying, "I deserve consistency," while accepting endless uncertainty. You stop saying, "I will never beg again," while searching for new ways to persuade someone. Your life becomes the statement. There is no need to announce it loudly. The person will notice through your absence, but their notice is not the purpose. The purpose is peace. Peace may not arrive immediately. At first, your boundary may create grief, guilt, and longing. This does not mean the boundary failed. Sometimes peace begins as withdrawal from chaos. The body resists because chaos was familiar. Remain long enough for calmness to become home. One day, you will realize that you no longer wake with dread. Your phone becomes a tool again, rather than a source of emotional judgment. Your mornings belong to you. This freedom may appear ordinary, but you will remember the time when ordinary peace felt impossible. Protect it. Do not exchange it cheaply. Someone's sudden attention, attractive words, or temporary effort should not become enough to purchase the peace you worked so hard to rebuild. The price of access has changed. It now includes consistency, responsibility, honesty, and time. This is not because you think you are perfect. It is because you understand that intimacy has consequences. The people closest to you influence how you see yourself. Choose them with care. Love is not only about who makes your heart race, it is about who helps your heart remain healthy. The person may be exciting, successful, charming, and desired by others. None of this guarantees emotional safety. Pay attention to what cannot be displayed easily: integrity, patience, humility, and accountability. These qualities may not create dramatic beginnings, but they support lasting connection. You have experienced enough dramatic beginnings that became painful patterns. From now on, become interested in what lasts. The final chapter is not about becoming someone nobody can hurt. People you love will always have the ability to affect you. The goal is to stop cooperating with prolonged harm. You may be hurt, but you will speak. You may be disappointed, but you will observe. You may be betrayed, but you will not spend years convincing the betrayer to recognize your value. You will respond. This response is your protection. You cannot control every event, but you can control whether the event becomes a permanent environment. This is the power you are searching for inside another person's choice. It was always in your ability to choose. Choose who receives access. Choose how long you remain after a pattern becomes clear. Choose what story you tell yourself about rejection. Choose whether pain becomes wisdom or repetition. Your choices will not always feel powerful. Sometimes choosing yourself feels like crying alone after saying no to the person you wanted most. Sometimes it feels like deleting a message you desperately wanted to send. Sometimes it feels like watching them move on while you are still healing. Do not judge power by how it feels in the moment. Power often feels like grief before it feels like freedom. The old attachment is dying. Allow the grief. You are not grieving because the decision is wrong. You are grieving because the connection mattered. Meaning and permanence are not the same. Something can matter and still end. Let this truth soften you. You do not need to turn the past into ugliness in order to move forward. You can say, "There were beautiful moments, and I will not return." You can say, "I loved them, and I choose peace." This is a mature ending. It does not need a villain. It needs a boundary. Eventually, you may feel gratitude, not for the pain itself, but for the person you became when you refused to let pain define you. You may recognize that the experience exposed the places where you needed to grow. It showed you the cost of ignoring intuition. It taught you that loyalty must include yourself. The lesson became part of your strength. But strength should not make you hard. Let it make you clear. Hardness says nobody can be trusted. Clarity says trust must be earned. Hardness refuses vulnerability. Clarity offers vulnerability gradually. Hardness turns every new person into the old one. Clarity allows people to reveal themselves. You deserve to remain open to love without remaining open to disrespect. This is the balance. The person you become after healing may surprise you. You will no longer chase responses. You will not interpret every silence as a challenge. You will have the courage to ask and the courage to accept the answer. You will stop romanticizing people who repeatedly make you feel unwanted. Your heart may still feel disappointment, but disappointment will no longer become desperation. This is not because you care less. It is because you finally care about yourself too. For years, the other person's feelings occupied the entire room. You asked whether they were afraid, confused, stressed, or ready. Now you ask whether you are safe, respected, and peaceful. Both people matter. A relationship where only one inner world matters is not partnership. You are no longer willing to disappear. Let this become the promise that closes the chapter. You will never again make yourself smaller so someone can remain comfortable. You will never again translate repeated neglect into complicated love. You will never again confuse being needed with being valued. You may still make mistakes. You may still become attached and hope too long. You are human, but you will return to yourself sooner. That is growth. Healing is not becoming someone who never loses direction. It is becoming someone who knows the way home. You are home. Your values are home. Your dignity is home. Your ability to sit with yourself through loneliness is home. From this place, you can invite love without begging it to rescue you. You can say, "Walk beside me," instead of, "Please do not leave me." You can offer your heart without placing your entire worth inside another person's hands. This is the kind of love that begins with choice rather than fear. And when someone cannot choose you, you will not chase them into their uncertainty. You will allow their choice to stand. Then you will make your own. You will choose the mornings you have not yet lived. You will choose the peace your body has been asking for. You will choose the future that cannot grow while you remain emotionally trapped in the past. You will choose the person inside you who waited patiently while you gave everyone else your attention. You will finally turn toward that person and say, "I see you. I am sorry I kept abandoning you to prevent others from leaving. I am here now, and I will not trade you for temporary affection again." This apology to yourself may be the closure you were seeking. You do not need their apology before you offer yourself protection. You do not need them to return before you return to your own life. You do not need them to choose you because the most important choice has already been made. You chose yourself, not once, but every day. You choose yourself when memories return. You choose yourself when loneliness becomes loud. You choose yourself when someone offers less than you need. This repeated choice becomes your identity. One day, the phrase "the last time you beg" will no longer describe a painful ending. It will describe the beginning of your freedom. It will be the moment you stopped asking reluctant people to recognize your worth and started living as though your worth had never been missing. You will understand that the person who did not choose you was not holding your value. They were holding only their own decision. Your life was always larger than that decision. Your future was always waiting beyond it. The door you feared closing was not the final door. There are rooms inside you that you have not entered, strengths you have not used, and dreams you placed aside while standing outside someone else's heart. Walk away from that door. Walk toward yourself. Do not wait for them to call your name. The next life is calling. The version of you who no longer begs is calling. They are standing beyond the fear, holding everything you thought you lost: peace, dignity, purpose, confidence, and the ability to love without disappearing. Go meet them. Let the person who could not choose you become part of your history, not the author of your future. Let the love you gave become proof of your depth, not evidence of your weakness. Let the pain become wisdom, but do not let it become your personality. You are more than what happened. You are more than who left. You are more than the days you begged to be seen. You are the person who finally opened their eyes and saw themselves. And now that you see yourself clearly, you will never again remain in a place where you must become invisible to be loved. This is your final promise. You will not chase what runs from sincerity. You will not beg for what should be given with willingness. You will not keep proving your worth to people committed to receiving without reciprocating. You will not mistake a return for transformation, an apology for change, or longing for compatibility. You will watch actions. You will trust patterns. You will honor peace. You will love deeply, but you will no longer love in a way that requires losing yourself. The person who once begged has not disappeared. They have been transformed. They became the person who recognizes uncertainty and steps back. They became the person who can hear no without turning it into a mission. They became the person who can survive another person's departure without abandoning their own heart. They became you. Stand inside that truth. You do not need to announce your transformation. Your future choices will reveal it. The next time someone gives mixed signals, you will not begin running. The next time a person offers the bare minimum, you will not call it extraordinary. The next time someone returns without evidence of change, you will not surrender your peace to beautiful words. You will remember everything this journey taught you. You will remember the nights, the confusion, and the cost. You will remember that you once believed losing them would destroy you, yet here you are, still breathing and becoming stronger. You will remember that your dignity returned when the chase ended. This memory will protect you, not through bitterness, but through wisdom. Wisdom will say, "We know where this road leads." Self-respect will say, "We no longer live there." Peace will say, "Keep walking," and you will keep walking. You may walk alone for a while, but you will no longer feel abandoned because you are walking with yourself. You will understand that solitude beside your own truth is safer than companionship inside constant confusion. You will no longer fear an empty space. You will treat it as sacred room for what is worthy. The right people will not need you to beg for their presence. They will move toward you because connection is their choice too. Until they arrive, your life will continue growing. You will not pause. You will not stand outside another closed heart, asking to be invited. You will build. You will heal. You will live. This is not the end of your love story. It is the end of the chapter where love required humiliation. It is the end of the chapter where loyalty meant self-abandonment. It is the end of the chapter where another person's uncertainty became your entire identity. A new chapter begins now. In this chapter, you listen to actions. You protect your energy. You leave when respect becomes optional. In this chapter, you do not become cold. You become clear. You do not stop loving. You stop begging. You do not stop hoping. You redirect hope toward places where life can grow. And whenever the old wound whispers, "Please choose me," you will place a hand over your heart and answer with the truth that took you so long to learn. "I already have." That answer will become your peace. It will become your boundary. It will become the beginning of every healthy relationship that follows. This is the last time you beg, not because nobody will ever reject you again, not because you will never feel lonely, afraid, or uncertain. It is the last time because you now know that rejection does not require self-rejection, loneliness does not require unhealthy company, and uncertainty does not require pursuit. You know that another person can walk away without taking your worth with them. You know that love can end without your life ending. You know that you can grieve and still continue. Most importantly, you know that the person you must never abandon again is yourself. So choose yourself today. Choose yourself tomorrow. Choose yourself when the heart is strong, and choose yourself when the heart is tired. Choose yourself until the choice no longer feels like effort. Choose yourself until peace becomes familiar. Choose yourself until you stop being attracted to people who require you to beg. Choose yourself so completely that anyone entering your life must meet you where your dignity lives. Then love will no longer feel like a chase. It will feel like two people arriving. And until that mutual arrival comes, you will not stand still waiting to be chosen. You will continue walking toward the life that has always been waiting for you. You have reached the end of this audiobook, but perhaps you have also reached the end of something much more important. The end of chasing people who keep running from the love you offer. The end of explaining your worth to those who benefit from pretending not to see it, and the end of abandoning yourself merely to prevent someone else from leaving. For too long, you believed their decision would define you. If they chose you, you felt valuable. If they became distant, you questioned everything about yourself. If they returned, you felt hopeful, and if they disappeared again, you felt broken. You gave another person authority over your peace without realizing that your worth had never belonged to them. Their inability to love you properly was never proof that you were difficult to love. Their inconsistency was not evidence that you needed to try harder. Their uncertainty did not mean you were supposed to wait until they finally recognized what stood in front of them. You were always worthy of honesty, consistency, respect, effort, and love that did not need to be begged into existence. Perhaps you still miss them. Perhaps part of you still wishes the story had ended differently. You may still imagine the apology, the transformation, or the moment when they finally understand what they lost. Do not judge yourself for these feelings. A heart does not forget immediately simply because the mind has accepted the truth. But remember this, missing someone does not mean you must return to them. Loving someone does not mean you must continue losing yourself beside them. Forgiveness does not mean reopening a door that took everything inside you to close. You can remember the beautiful moments without denying the painful pattern. You can appreciate what the relationship taught you without allowing it to continue teaching the same painful lesson. You can wish them healing while choosing to heal somewhere they can no longer reach you. This is not revenge. This is maturity. The strongest revenge was never making them regret losing you. It was becoming so peaceful that their regret no longer mattered. It was rebuilding a life that did not require their attention, apology, return, or approval. It was learning to look at yourself with the love you kept begging them to provide. Do not build your future as a message to the person who hurt you. Do not become successful so they will feel foolish. Do not become happier, so they will become jealous. Do not enter another relationship merely to prove you are easy to replace. Build because your life deserves to become beautiful. Heal because your heart deserves rest. Grow because there is still so much of yourself you have not discovered. Your future should belong to you, not remain a silent performance for someone from your past. There may be moments when loneliness returns and the old door begins looking familiar. During those moments, remember the complete story. Do not remember only the warmth of their return. Remember the coldness that made you leave. Do not remember only the promises. Remember how often those promises became excuses. Loneliness will sometimes edit the past until pain begins looking like love again. Do not trust an incomplete memory. You did not leave because you stopped caring. You left because caring for them had begun requiring you to stop caring for yourself. You left because the relationship was consuming your dignity, confidence, energy, and peace. You left because you finally understood that love should not make one person feel powerful while the other person feels permanently uncertain. The next time someone gives you mixed signals, do not turn their confusion into your mission. The next time someone says they are not ready, do not spend months trying to become the reason they change. The next time a person offers the bare minimum, do not call it extraordinary because you have been emotionally hungry. Allow people to reveal who they are and believe what they reveal. Do not fall in love only with their words, potential, or the version they become when they fear losing you. Watch who they are during ordinary days, after the excitement fades, when responsibility arrives, and when they believe your presence is secure. Anyone can pursue you intensely. Not everyone knows how to care for you consistently. Let consistency become more attractive than intensity. Let clarity become more beautiful than mystery. Let peace become more valuable than the emotional highs and lows you once confused with passion. The right love will not make you spend every night wondering where you stand. It will not ask you to become smaller, quieter, easier, or less honest. It will not punish you for having needs or make you feel guilty for expecting respect. Healthy love may not be perfect, but it will be mutual. Both people will communicate, repair, grow, and protect the connection. You will not be carrying the entire relationship while calling the weight devotion. Until that love arrives, do not treat your life like a waiting room. Live now. Return to your dreams. Repair the friendships you neglected. Take care of the body that carried your anxiety. Build mornings that do not begin with checking whether someone has contacted you. Create evenings where silence feels peaceful instead of threatening. Become present in your own life. You have spent enough time watching another person live while your own life remained paused. The person you were chasing was never your only chance at love. The future you imagined with them was only one possible future. Your dreams of companionship, safety, laughter, belonging, and shared purpose still exist. They did not disappear because one person could not build them with you. Take those dreams back. Do not bury your entire future inside the ending of one relationship. Perhaps one day, someone will choose you with the certainty you once begged to receive. But when that day comes, do not enter their life as someone waiting to be rescued. Enter as a person who already knows how to stand beside themselves. Let their love add to your life, not become the only reason your life feels valuable. And until then, remember that being alone is not the same as being unwanted. Sometimes solitude is the space where your identity returns, your nervous system rests, and your standards become strong enough to protect your future. Do not fill an empty space with someone who will eventually empty you. You are not behind. You are not forgotten. You are not running out of time. You are learning lessons that may save you from spending years inside the wrong relationship. It is better to walk alone toward peace than to walk beside someone who continuously leads you away from yourself. Forgive the version of you who begged. They were not weak. They were afraid. They believed losing the person would confirm every painful belief they carried about themselves. They believed loyalty meant never giving up, even when the other person had already stopped trying. Do not punish that version of yourself. Hold them with compassion and say, "You did not know then what you know now. You were trying to be loved, but from this moment forward, I will protect us differently." Let this become your promise. You will no longer chase people who are comfortable losing you. You will no longer explain the same pain to someone who repeatedly chooses to create it. You will no longer accept apologies that never become different behavior. You will not mistake someone missing your presence for someone becoming capable of protecting it. You will not reopen doors because loneliness speaks loudly. You will not lower your standards to make emotionally unavailable people feel adequate. You will remain gentle, but you will no longer be easy to misuse. You will remain loving, but you will no longer love without boundaries. You will remain forgiving, but you will understand that forgiveness does not guarantee continued access. This is how you protect your softness without becoming cold. And when the old wound whispers, "Please choose me," you will answer with the truth that changes everything. "I already chose myself." Say it when you feel strong, and say it when you feel lonely. Say it when memories return, when they send a message, and when you wonder whether you made the right decision. "I already chose myself." Let those words become your boundary when hope tries to reopen what wisdom closed. Let them become your shelter when rejection makes you question your value. Let them remind you that another person's departure cannot take away the person you have finally decided never to abandon again, yourself. You are not walking away empty. You are carrying every lesson, every piece of wisdom, every boundary, and every part of yourself that once became lost inside the chase. You are carrying the heart that survived. You are carrying the voice that has returned. You are carrying the future that is still waiting to be lived. The person who did not choose you may remain part of your history, but they no longer have permission to become the author of your future. That future begins now. It begins with one quiet decision. You will never again beg someone to give you what must be offered willingly. You will not beg for replies, loyalty, attention, honesty, affection, commitment, or respect. You may ask clearly, communicate honestly, and give someone the opportunity to meet you, but when their pattern repeatedly refuses, you will accept the answer and protect your life. You will leave without hatred. You will heal without revenge. You will move forward without waiting for regret. This is where the chasing ends. This is where your dignity returns. This is where you stop standing outside another person's heart and finally walk back into your own life. You have begged enough. You have waited enough. You have explained enough. You have sacrificed enough. Now choose yourself enough. Choose yourself when the memories become beautiful. Choose yourself when the loneliness becomes heavy. Choose yourself when they return with every word you once wanted to hear. Choose yourself until peace becomes more familiar than chaos and consistency becomes more attractive than uncertainty. Choose yourself until you no longer feel the need to convince anyone that you are worthy of love, because you were worthy before they met you. You remained worthy when they misunderstood you, and you are still worthy now that you are walking away. This is not the end of your love story. It is the end of the chapter where love required begging. This is the end of the version of you who chased reluctant hearts, accepted emotional crumbs, and confused suffering with devotion. A new version of you is rising now, wiser, calmer, more discerning, and finally loyal to the person who needed your loyalty most. This is your freedom. This is your return. And this is the last time you beg.